are the pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the valley, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of the night, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judea,
You are the pillar that holds my life.
walk anywhere.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are,
life.
you are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Ibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biebele, ibu kalabao. Ibu kwa kalabano. Ibu kwa kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biobi ko ibu kwa kalaba. Chika nije ibu kwa kalabao. Ibu kwa kalabati sinduwe.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Najawash family, Nigerians across the world, thank you very much. It's another day. We're back here again today. Thank you very much for your time with us. Yes, how on a day today? Okay, I just want to go straight to the comment section. I don't want to make it pile up, to be honest. Let me quickly go there so that I can focus. All right.
Thirds of 36 states. That is what the law says, which is 24. So that's one part of it. It goes on to say, and. What does that mean? And the FCT. So as far as I'm concerned, you must also win 25% in the FCT. But that's not for me to say because I'll be judging what is before the tribunal. So we think the tribunal can answer this question quite easily in 1 hour. That's my point. Quite easily.
All right.
It's not a difficult question to resolve.
All right. Well, Dr. Bakoba, you also talk about, just going back to what the question that had been asked previously around your confidence in the judiciary. You had said in an interview, in a previous interview, that in the past
Yes.
you could look at the weight, you could analyze the case before the court and be able to make a decision that would possibly tally with what the court would come up with based on the merit of the case. But in recent times, and you cited a few cases where this had happened,
Yes.
it's not quite the same. I'd like you to speak a bit on that in terms of the confidence or lack
Yes.
of that you have in the court. And second of that question is on INEC's role as a respondent. What you have said is that INEC should come in as a neutral witness, where they're just coming to present to the courts the facts or
Yes.
what actually happened during the
Yes.
elections. Unfortunately, what we see happening is that INEC comes in almost as if working with the respondent, so coming to defend, and in your words, with sweat and blood, what had happened, and this ought not be the case. I'd like you to speak a bit more on that, please.
No, absolutely. You remember when Mr. Shiv Shagari of blessed memory was president, he acknowledged that the process that brought him was flawed, and he set up the Waste panel, and I was a member. And we came out with a set of recommendations which has not been implemented today. One of the key recommendations was INEC must not be a party, because if INEC becomes a party, it's forced to defend the petition. The last election in 2019, INEC was even more active than Mr. Buhari in defending the petition. The only role for INEC is to just to say to the tribunal, these are the results. These are the documents we used, and the court will assess it. So I'm of the strong opinion that INEC ought not to be a party at all. So now INEC is a party, and therefore it is hiding documents, because it has an interest to say that the elections were conducted properly. So I hope that the lesson from all this really is that the 10th Assembly will inaugurate all the legislative recommendations we made under OAS in 2007. It's time to demystify election petitions. Election petitions are not difficult. I've handled a lot more difficult and complex financial cases in the city.
All right, my people. Unayeram, INEC must not be part of this process at all. The job of INEC is to give us all the necessary content, information that we need. After that, get out. That is how it's supposed to be. But guess what? APC have added INEC. As we are speaking, INEC, Yakubu, and all their satanic group All of them are waiting to testify. But also, guess what again? We go override all of them. Normally, INEC shouldn't be part of it at all. Because obviously, INEC rigged the election, right? For their satanic APC people. How can you call the same armed robber who robbed you in the broad daylight, make it constant testify? So it's not working. It's never going to work. But it's okay. The way it's going, the process that Peter Obi is following is already suffocating them. It's already giving every one of them headache. Now, God will bless Dr. Olisa for coming out to say it. He's a senior advocate. Not be the senior advocate that use one hand to push. A very high-rated one for that. He's saying it, Iris. It's not a difficult thing to do. By now, judiciary is supposed to do the answer Nigerians. They carry everybody along. And what is, in fact, answering Nigeria care. Understatement. By now, the whole case is supposed to finish. By now. Let's listen further. Thank you.
It's time to demystify election petitions. Election petitions are not difficult. I've handled a lot more difficult and complex financial cases in the City of London. So what is the issue about determining whether Section 35 states that if you are a vice presidential candidate on a party's platform, you couldn't be a senatorial candidate at the same time? Is there any difficulty in that? It's simple English. That would take me 2 minutes to decide. So I still reiterate, 7 days is enough time to go through the Court of Appeal at first instance and the Supreme Court. The only place where there might be a difficulty is if the questions I set out fail. And there's a strong possibility that they might fail. So we'll now go to part B of the case management issue, which is Peter Obi and other petitioners will now have to prove the irregularities set out in the petition. That would be a long time. And I guess that's why there's the 180-day timeline. But before we get to the 180-day timeline and part B of the petition, what about part A? And I think the overall concept is Nigeria needs to cool down. The whole place is overheated, mainly because of petitions. So the judicial philosophy have so strongly emphasized, let us try and get this petition away from the equation.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. That is the end of that particular video. To be honest, I deliberately wanted us to listen to every part of that video right there, so that we can know many of the questions that we'll be asking on this platform. What is going to happen May 29, interim government or whatever and all that. Now we now get to know that even the petitions can be sorted out within 7 days. But meanwhile, my people, the one way go make una verse, now I want to show una so. Although it make me verse, if it don't make you verse, so I'm not get me wrong, but it make me verse, me the verse as me the yes so. I go like me could listen to what Soyinka we say over the statement of Dati Ahmed. You remember? Let me quickly play 1 minute of Dati Ahmed's statement again. Then we now listen to Soyinka's response to that quickly.
I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document, right, you just read. I'm following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have, by so doing, ended democracy.
All right. Many of us don't see that video. I've played it several times on this particular platform. Many of you have seen it in other platforms as well, or rather from the original platform, which is China's. But Soyinka came out today with his statement triggered Nigerians. Because these are one of the elders we thought we can rely on. Meanwhile, let's listen to what you have to say here. Thank you.
Soyinka has predicted that Nigerians would continue to call for restructuring after the new administration assumes office on May 29. Soyinka stated that the government of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu must renew its focus on the persistent calls for restructuring the Nigerian Federation in order to avoid serious difficulties with its programs and policies. Also, Soyinka denounced the menacing utterances of the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed, describing it as unbecoming. He further stated that the Nigerian presidency should go to the southeast region in order to heal from the wounds of the civil war.
Let me remind you and anybody listening that we've had several cases of the final arbitration in this kind of election being placed in the lap of the courts. We'll go back all the way to the infamous, or for some people, famous and brilliant 12 2/3 decision. During that process, if you go all the way back in history, I never heard anyone from any side threaten the judiciary the way I heard it when Mr. Dati was speaking on television when I came. And since then, since that decision, we've also had even the decision of the court, which brought Buhari into power after the decision was given, after he had already been sworn in. And again, while awaiting that decision, I never heard the kind of language, the kind of menacing, blackmailing language as that which was, to which we were treated by Mr. Dati. And that kind of attitude and that kind of go, do or die kind of provocation is not what I think we've all been struggling for.
I asked, going to your previous response, which part or what part of Senator Dati Ahmed's statement was unbecoming?
Okay, nearly the totality. Listen, the interviewer asked him several times. He said, what will you do if the Supreme Court judgment is against you? If the interpretation which you are offering about the constitutional aspect of this election, if it is against that of the Supreme Court and they find against you. And he kept saying, no, it's not even open to analysis. The word says and it's very clear. And the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, had better give this, in other words, his interpretation. I mean, this is trying to dictate to the supreme arbiter of the nation. Whatever you think of the Supreme Court, it is an institution we all revert to sooner or later. If not today, then tomorrow. If not about this election, maybe about the next election. But Dati kept saying, no, the Supreme Court has got, in its wisdom, to agree with me. That is what is known as fascistic language. It is not acceptable.
And buy me a coffee. Thank you. God bless you all. Let's start from here. The first reaction we have from here from Okashi. He said, an institution that can be bribed, an institution that has been known to side with untruth, that he was right in everything he said that day. Okay, Soyinka should be condemning the ringing of the elections, not the verbal response to it. All right, now we have another one here. It is shameful that Soyinka, who was away during the elections, is now approached by Arise News to speak about election he didn't even vote in. Okay, that was the blame Arise for there. So we got another one for Zilla here. He said, don't blame Dati Prof. As somebody who witnessed and experienced the Abiola injustice, the 2023 election robbery in highly provocative. Okay. We have another one from Chidi here. Don't blame Dati. We have seen the judiciary give fraudulent judgments. They did it in Imo State. Dati was trying to make the judiciary sit up and do the right thing to avoid them being influenced negatively by the opposition. All right, I have another reaction here. Prof. Soyinka seems to stand for nothing at this point. He seems to be on the same table as the corrupt people we complain about. Okay, we have a bigger one here from Priest Idianafo. He said, thank you, Ayo, for asking for clarification on his condemnation of dirty statements. And I'm surprised at his judgment because all what Dati said is letting this INEC president-elect assume office is the same thing as military taking over, considering how this election was conducted and how the so-called winner was announced. At 2 a.m., confirmed the opinion of Dati. I am highly disappointed at Professor Soyinka. Okay, I have another person right here, Emmanuel Eboigbe, said, I must at this point in time ask myself, what was this man fighting for all these years? I like this particular one, oh, because yes, we need to know, because some of them have claimed that they have been fighting for us, fighting for Nigeria and all that. This question there is very, very, very important. Let's move on to the other one here. Soyinka was quick to condemn Dati's statement, but couldn't see anything wrong with what Bayo Ononuga, FFK, MC Oluomo said. Quite shameful and disgusting. They all go remind me of Ononuga. Ononuga where he speak. No. Let's move on. Michael also stated that I do not think the elites in Nigeria know how angry the people are. This will not go away. Nigeria is like a petrol tanker on fire. The explosion will damage every one of us if the fire is not dealt with. All this attempt to shift the blame to Obi and Dati is simply making things worse. Okay, we have this here from Matt, who said, I'm disappointed at Wole Soyinka. I think he must have lost some element of integrity as he grew older. People like home are supposed to stand up for the justice and not speaking from one side of their mouths. Okay, second to the last here. We have this here from Ola Sam. This generation of elders are part of what led this disgrace of a nation to where we are at the moment. We need progressive mind, not people who expect candidates to come to their office to seek support. Move on. The last one, this is big, but I'll take my time to take it. This one is from Edith Osakwe. Sir, I'm so disappointed in you. Dati and Obi have conducted themselves impeccably throughout this process. We all watched Dati's interview, and there was nothing inciting or provoking. God, what is happening to Nigeria? And I used to like this man. Obi Dati movement is made of highly intelligent young people, sir. What happened to MC Oluomo, sir? Wow. Tinubu and Yakubu Brisley stole the mandate of the people. So much deflection, pretending not to be here, part of the questions. He is not answering the questions asked. Really sad to watch. That was from Edith Osakwe. That's the last reaction we have right there. Meanwhile, Lai Mohammed, they say go one place to America now. It don't go, they vibrate. Remember, say some of their people, satanic people for Nigeria, don't vibrate. Say Peter Obi and Dati Ahmed must be arrested for treasonable felony. Now, Lai Mohammed, they say go one place to America, go they vibrate as well. Say both of them must be arrested. You know, I would like to more quickly take on this before I take on response from our principal. Let's watch this. Thank you.
Welcome to the program. This is Politics Today, live on Channels Television. I'm Sean Kimale in Abuja. There's been some back and forth between the federal government and the Labour Party presidential candidate, Bitobi, and his vice, Dati Baba Ahmed. The federal government has accused them of treason. The Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, gave the government's position during engagements with journalists in Washington, D.C. in the U.S. Mr. Mohammed accused the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, of inciting people to violence over the outcome of the presidential elections, saying it is treasonable. The minister was quoted to have said, quote, Obi and his vice, Dati Ahmed, cannot be threatening Nigerians that if the president-elect Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress APC is not sworn in on 29th of May, it will be the end of democracy in Nigeria. This is treason. You cannot be inviting insurrection. This is what they are doing. Obi's statement is that of a desperate person. He's not a Democrat. That he claimed to be a Democrat should not believe in democracy only when he wins an election. End of quote. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has criticized the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, over the allegations of inciting a post-election insurrection. Peter Obi took to Twitter today, a microblogging site, to denounce the allegations and intentions over a purported plot to install an interim government. Quote, Obi says, "It is most unfortunate that these consistent efforts to portray me quite contrary to what I am and my core values is coming from such high quarters. Mr. Lai accusing me of stoking insurrection is totally malicious and fictitious. I have never discussed or encouraged anyone to undermine the Nigerian state. I have never sponsored or preached any action against the Nigerian state. I'm committed to due process and presently seeking redress in the court. I urge those engaged in the marketing process to stop presenting Nigeria in such a bad light." End of quote.
All right, that one and Mr. Peter Obi's response to Lai Mohammed, as una know, say Lai Mohammed, na many of una they call her lie. So yes, on that, although I have an article that stated similar, as you can see right there, Peter Obi slams Lai Mohammed for falsely accusing him of stalking insurrection. So that was what he actually read earlier on. So there's no need for me to go through it again. But let's start talking. Thank you very much, Prophet, for the super chat. I appreciate you. God bless you, sir. I really do appreciate this. I appreciate every one of you for joining us right there. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. Do your part by liking, because currently we have 251 watching us, and on Nigeria we have 830 watching us there. Please, can you press on the like button? We currently have 287 likes. It's not good enough, to be honest. It's not good enough. Please, can you press on the like button? I don't know why I have to beg for this like all the time. And you are listening to me. If 1,200 people watching us right now, and I'm begging for likes, and everybody's looking at me, you are not pressing it, I don't understand. Okay, now I beg on. If I shout, okay, make I calm my voice. I beg, make una help me press the like button. I beg, I beg una. Press the like button, press. All right, my people, I appreciate every one of you. So let me hear from my panelists. I would like to hear from every one of them right now. Thank you very much, my wonderful panelists, for joining us today. The first person that we have here today is President Obi, Omoyes Corner. Omoyes Corner, thanks very much for joining us. Good evening to you. I'd like to hear, in fact, I can't wait to hear from you. Talk to us.
Greetings, Mr. Elvis. Greetings, everyone on the panel, comment session, and the viewers worldwide. So I'm going to start with Mr. Lai Mohammed. It's so ironic, Lai Mohammed. We have to understand, I think we should be getting it right. We should be understanding a lot better now. When these people go and instigate or try to put a name that is not Peter Obi's on him, on the person of Peter Obi, they're merely projecting. Remember, I think yesterday I shared that I saw videos of military tanks, trucks rolling into, they were actually seen in Lagos State. Okay, these people are projecting. So when he made that comment, they already have plans, they have intentions of carrying out insurrections themselves. So what they are telling Peter Obi is, what we need to understand is what they are planning, if they have not even already completed their plan. That's what this man went to the world stage to say, so that if anything starts to happen, because they know they stole the election, guess what? They would now tie it. You see the sense when they want to use monkey monkey sense when they want you, so that they go fit time. They go say, "Shebi we talk am on a global stage that this man is trying to cause an insurrection in Nigeria. This is why we said so, because this is now happening." Everything these people are doing, we need to be very, very careful. What they say, how they respond, there are tricks in it. They are really grand propagandists. That's what they're trying to do. It's such a shame that the state of leadership in Nigeria is so evil. Is so evil. I can't even wrap my mind around it. For a man, as a government official, to go to a global world stage and say those things from his own lips. This is the same man that denied NSAS, that people died during NSAS. This is the same man that lied to you and I that nobody died during NSAS. Is that the type of man we should be paying attention to? Has experience not already taught us that these are the people we should stay away from, and that we should take whatever they say, we should take it seriously, but we should not dwell too much on it? I'm telling you, these people have a plan already, because they know that they stole this election. They know what they did. They know they did wrong. They know that they slapped the citizens in their faces. They know. They are bullying us on the world stage and in Nigeria. That's what they're doing. But they are now seeing that we are not cowering down to being bullied. We're pushing back for the first time. So they're threatened. Of course they're going to be threatened. And I'm very glad that Mr. Peter Obi responded. If he did not respond to that, I wouldn't have been too happy. I'm so glad that he responded. He needs to, when they say things like that about his person, he needs to respond, depending on what they said. Though it's not everything he should respond to. I understand that. But matters like this, because see, they know that Nigerians went to protest in Washington, D.C. now. They know they're already shaking. When you see them reacting like this, it is getting to them. So they are trying to find ways to push people backwards, to prevent them from coming forward and speaking. They're trying to push us back. That's what they're trying to do when they come out like that and say stuff like that. So these people, the plan that they are planning will not work. It will not, because we know we have some of the smartest people in this movement. We already know. So right now, when I read comments from them, comments from the likes of Limo, I take it, I just say, this man, we know you people's plans. That being said, coming to Professor Wole Soyinka, oh my God, it's such a shame. With all due respect to professors in the house, so professors, when you know waiting that they do. With all due respect, we have seen too many professors in Nigeria now that are shames to professors, embarrassment. Sorry people as professors. I cannot believe it. Was this man, has he been sleeping in Nigeria for the past couple of months? I don't understand. Has he been sleeping? Why did he not, according to the comments that you read, why did he not come out and talk when MC Oluomo was threatening people and actually carried out the threat? Where was he during the Owo massacre? Because why did he not come out and say something? Broad daylight robbery. I be want to say no see am. I be no know. You know they watch television, but it go get grandchildren when they watch television, when they tell them wetin dey happen. So he won't talk say no. Now the comment when Ahmed Dati make, when be truth. Anybody when no like truth, when be child of the devil, now go talk say waiting Ahmed Dati talk no make sense. That's the only thing he sought to respond to in such a harsh manner. Misplaced priorities. These elders, the likes of Professor Soyinka, I am sorry, is an embarrassment. I don't know. People, when they get grandpapa, may they carry their mental house because we are seeing too many of them. Whether now they are being senile, I don't understand. I know that something as sickness they make them, because God forbid. How can your grandfather or your father come out and be making comments like, una know they carry the entire house, say no, daddy, don't say it. No, enter. That's not a correct. I mean, I don't understand the kind of families when people they grow up in, when they born people. In my own papa, no, if we do this kind of thing. I don't even if we get papa when it be like this, for crying out loud. How can you see truth and call it lies? What is going on? You see old men that are supposed to be arbiters of truth coming out, like the likes of Pa Debanjo, say no. The truth is the truth and it must stand. Where are those people? We are seeing professor after professor make a ridicule of themselves for the world stage, for everyone to see. Our elders have become like babies that need to be corrected. If this does not bother you, if this does not fire you up the more to want to fight and get your country back, I don't know what else will. These are people who have known the ills and the problems we've had in Nigeria. They cannot come out with their full chest and condemn the actions, the lies, the maiming, the killings. A man comes out of anger and emotion and love for his country and tell you the truth. You want him to be gagged? Professor Soyinka is a monumental shame. For him to come out, fix his lips, and direct those harsh and hard responses in places that do not matter. It's a shame. He ought to be. His family need to be ashamed of themselves because posterity is not going to judge him well. I'm sorry. Not be by professor. All these professors, where did they get them from? For crying out loud. We hear people when not even go school can't get sense past people when they claim say they don't reach the habitat of knowledge. For crying out loud, what is going on? Let me put that one aside. The son, Mr. Olisa Agbakoba, everything he said is the truth. If people are really concerned about the peace in Nigeria, if the judiciary is worried, if everybody is worried about the state of how things are going in Nigeria, they're supposed to call each other. They go say, you know what, in this thing as they go, so let's quickly judge this. He's saying the truth. So most of this, focus on the one that is most important. Part A, what are the issues in it? Okay, let's try and resolve these issues because these issues tie directly to whether we swear this man in on the 29th or not. You cannot drag the others for 180. But the main issues, which is part A, focus on that and hear it. We didn't say, person when is serious, overnight, they're not even supposed to sleep. They go just drink coffee or cola nuts, as they do for school that time. You know, break cola nuts, eat them. You know, go sleep. Sleep no go touch your eye. Read everything. Give us your decision by the next day. May everybody rest. And it's true. If now Peter B they give to, well, fantastic. If now Agbado camp, now they can't talk say with all the glaring evidence, monumental errors. Now they give to, we go know the next stage where we there for Nigeria. It's not supposed to be. The man is saying the truth. I bet you one of these urchins are going to come out and start blabbing rubbish in response to what he said. It's a fact and it's true. If Peter Obi's attorneys or lawyers have been sleeping, they need to wake up. We need to be hearing things about it. We are not even supposed to be talking about all these irrelevant issues. Not that we shouldn't talk about it, but not pay too much attention on it. We should be more focused on the tribunal. What's going on? What are they waiting for? What should they be paying attention to? The judges are supposed to be writing summary right now. The judges are reading the petition right now and they're making their summaries pending. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing. Silence. Now social media people, now they retweet the thing so that they go put them in front of people. I hope that with that message, the lawyers on both sides can wake up and say, okay, we need to get to work, because this is a call to action that the Sun has come to declare to these people. Because everybody, the society right now in Nigeria is tense. It is tense. People are tense. Nobody is smiling. Oh, because we do election, nítorí Ọlọ́run. Election that people, you go do election for a year, you go. After you go, max 30 minutes, 20, even they talk 5 minutes. Sometimes you vote online for crying out loud. You don't turn to another thing. They must hear this case. Yes, I agree, and I'm in full support of him. They must hear the case before they swear this man in. We know that he stole the election. We know that for a fact. I know that Olisa Bakoba is not going to say much because he has to be a neutral person, right? But we, the citizens that care about the sanity in that country and what needs to be done, we need to increase the volume on what Olisa Bakoba has said. We really do. Because this is the time, we only have, what? This is April 5th already. April 5th. How many days in April? Before you know it, they happen, April don't finish. We need to know where we they concentrate our energy. Because I tell you for free, these people are looking for something now in their propaganda machine. They put 2 and 2. They don't say we don't dispel all the propaganda. They say they demystify everything when they throw at us. Kudos to all the obedience, the lovers of truth and honesty and integrity in that country that is coming out, right, to say, to speak and demystify all this propaganda that they are saying. I'm sorry, this comment just distracted me. Is a world-renowned professor for a person mentored by. I'm surprised with your utterance. I'm surprised with your utterances. Sometimes I agree with. I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Alex Gomez. On this subject of Professor Wole Soyinka, I'm sorry. The man is a monumental shame. I will repeat it. You don't have to be pleased with it. It's my opinion. Okay, sir? It's my opinion. Where we find that elders are the ones digging holes for children to fall into, eat their seed, and before the harvest of that fruit, are you sorry, sir? I don't want to sound disrespectful to you, but you really don't have to post this comment. We know what we're going through in this country. How long are we going to be fooled?
Please, madam, please let us make a decision today.
Excuse me, sir. It's my time. Do not speak when I'm speaking, sir. With all due respect, it's my time. It's my time. When it gets to your time, you can speak.
I'm not saying that. Don't let people discuss us today. That's what I'm just trying to say. I'm not trying to take your time. Thank you.
It just came right. I was my flow of thought, and I have it on speaker, and I have to speak like this. This is why I saw it. So, Mr. Gomez, please, I beg, with all due respect, the man, Professor Wole Soyinka, is a monumental shame. He's an embarrassment. We have a lot of older people that have decimated our society. They have done us great damage. Do you know how long it's going to take us to dig ourselves out of this hole that we've been put in? You're talking about generations after generations of people that have suffered because all people like Professor Wole Soyinka has failed to stand for the right thing. All people like him. How many of us here, we are seeing professors succumbing to corruption, taking 300 billion to smash the dreams of young people? Are you kidding me? I'm not here. I don't have any sentiments. I do not respect people blindly and foolishly. If you don't respect yourself, you will be disrespected. It's time up. We can't continue like this in Nigeria. We cannot allow supposed elders that are supposed to be standing on truth and say it to their full chest to derail us. We refuse. Professor Wole Soyinka should be ashamed of himself. I say it again. Anybody when want hug transformer may go hug him. He should be ashamed. He has done us terrible things. He and the likes of him, all the elders that are responsible for the poverty, for the death and the maiming of young ones, they are monumental shame, and their generations will reap what their fathers have sown. They will reap. They will not have good lives. They will not. Their name will be tainted in history. Look at us on social media crying every freaking day. I should be coming out and saying, what flowers should we be planting in our government house? That is the argument you should be having. But look at us here. We are fighting ancestral fights, battle, because of elders when don't get brain, when don't turn their common sense into another thing, because of money, because of material things, where they're not going to ever take with them. When people die, they die naked. No matter how much money you have, you are gone. You are gone for life. Excuse me, please. Let nobody upset me this morning, because every day I wake up with fire in my bones because of Nigeria. I don't live in the country, but I am still affected one way or the other because I'm Nigerian, for crying out loud. Why would you have children? You can't show good examples to them. Who are the mentors in Nigeria that young people are looking up to today? Please name one or two. And we're complaining about children having bad behaviors, things derailing in the society. Whose fault is that? Is it not the elders that have failed us? We better buckle we better, you know that thing when they say they tie picking for back. I don't forget, they call them. Everybody need to tighten their belts. We take back our country now, we forget it. Enough is enough. All these elders that don't have sense, they should go inside and go and sit down. It's a new day. Any elder will not respect himself, now disrespect he go get. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amoyes Kona. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for saying it how it is. Thanks for your passionate delivery. The situation that we are facing right now in Nigeria, everybody got to say it how it is. That's just the fact. Say it how it is. Anyhow you feel, express it. Just say it how it is. It's very, very important, man. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much for those of you that super chatted us. I started from the beginning again. I don't like watch. Thank you very much, Prophet. Thank you so much, Jaja. Thank you so much, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, every one of you. God bless you all. All right. I would like us to, before I move on to the next person, let me pick at least 2 calls. Hello. Thanks for calling in. Your name and where you're calling us from. Hello. Turn down your device now. Sir, turn your device down, please. Please, I want to put this clear. Anybody calling this broadcast, please always turn your device down.
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry for that. It's turned down already.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Davis. My name is Tony. I'm calling from Germany. I'm so down, Madam Omoye Kona, in fact, you did a great job, I was personally disappointed with professors Wole Soyinka, This is a man I used to respect Gona those days, but I think he has turned all the whole respect to ashes. What he said today, this is unbelievable. These are one of those problems. These are one of the old guys that do not wish Nigeria well. There's a comment you read, Mr. Avis, that says, which side does Wole Soyinka belong? So we don't know. Now we know where he belongs. So he's not on the side of Nigerians. That is the truth. So there's another suggestion I have. What can we do? What are we going to do? Because since the elders have failed us, what are we going to do? What is our plan? Because we can't keep watching these guys, because these guys, no, they are not on our side. It's a very big question.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's my question, because there's somebody suggested in one of this program, one of your program, that we should begin to plan ahead of whatever comes out of the court. Personally, I don't believe in Nigerian court, because I remember what happened in Imo State on the talk about Lawan on the Fabio. In fact, you just forget about it. So the issue now is that what are we going to do? Somebody suggested that, okay, can we, those people in the UK, in Germany, in the US, what can we do? Can we begin to form either a group where we will be talking to ourselves, what we can do? We can as well influence the people back home, that is sure. So we need a plan. We need a plan A and plan B. If possible, a plan C. So that is my own suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
But what I have from Professor Wale Soyinka is a very big disgrace. I don't need to put any other thing on it, because Madana Omoye's corner has said a lot. So I think I have to take that to the bank. She has said a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Thank you
very much. Thank you for your job. Keep it up. Thank you for your job, even though I don't call every day, but just I am on the back end listening to you guys. You guys are doing well.
God bless you, sir.
Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear from the next person here quickly. Hello. Yeah. Okay, I think I lost that person. Hello, Mr. Henry. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to come to the show, but it's already full.
Okay, my brother.
So as I was saying, first of all, let me go to the video of the son, the former NBA chairman. He said it all already. What I'm just waiting for, we could not hear anything for what is going on about the situation about the case in court. We should, at least the lawyers should be giving us update to see what is going on. I mean, we are just our hands and legs are tied. We don't know what is going on. We don't know what is going on. I mean, they should give us information, at least say the case is in the court, they're going to start reviewing the case. I mean, time is just clicking, it's working. Time is working against their head, not we, because we know we have a case there. According to what he said, it can take 7 days to at least up to 7 days to. I mean, Nigeria. They said Nigeria is giant of Africa. Look at Kenya here. They can solve things in Ghana here. It's so sad that the judicial system is still delaying cases like this. This is urgent case, because in a normal country that is functioning, they're supposed to clear this judicial case before they inaugurate the winner. If INEC is not biased and corrupt, so-called, they call them independent. It's not independent. It's a corrupt organization. If it's not corrupt, they raise alarm the first time. They say should not make an announcement. Said they challenge this result. If it's somebody who is following the law, it could have gone and review these things. We should not be going to court now. They should not review it and say, okay, you know what? They said, yeah, that should be that's outside of that aspect of it. We just could have not go to court to make any. Keep on waiting for the so-called Wale Soyinka. I don't call him professor no more, because we have professors who still our mandate, who rings elections. So they forget somebody who's just putting it as an icon. It's icon my A. I don't use that word on him. I call my A.
No, you can criticize his stand, but you cannot insult him.
I didn't. So I said icon my A. That's what I said.
Okay, brother.
It can be my icon. It can be my yeah. So as I was saying, we should call a spade a spade. His own comment is so disgusting that he calls himself a professor. What has he contributed to the situation of that country? Only to criticize. You don't have a solution. It was same Nigeria there. Enzolomo make threat. The next day, the threats happened. He's in Lagos there. He's in Nigeria there. The so-called Yoruba king make a comment. The same threat happened. He's in there to try and ring bells. The same threat happened. the same APC officials make comments. Things are happening. So
normally, Mr. Henry, you don't call a king so-called, regardless of whatever, you know.
Elvis,
you know,
King. Let me tell. I respect King. King, they don't put in like with money issue.
Yeah, I understand.
They can take the title. They can take the title from them. Don't call themselves King now.
Yeah, I know. But please, you know.
Elvis, I know it's your program. Sorry for taking, but I'm not taking it back because our king don't talk like things like this.
Hey, but I know that. But king is king, please. You know, I don't know how they install him. You know, but I wouldn't open a platform for anybody to criticize any king in Nigeria, please. You know, you can disagree with their stance, but not to criticize.
But he threatened other tribe. He threatened other tribe.
Yeah, I know. I know,
yeah.
You know, but there are still things we can take here. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll take it back because of your program. I'll take it back. But in my Twitter, I knock it there straight in Twitter.
Exactly. For your Twitter account, if you set that one up, you set that for fire.
I put it raw there.
Thank you.
So Soyinka should keep his thoughts to himself. I guess his children or his grandchildren will be ashamed of him for this comment because okay, how can you? Okay, there's a competition. You play football. Why FIFA or UEFA make it now? You have to go review. It's because of shows happening all the time. That's how they put go review. They have to check if this goal is real. They will say it's a goal. If it's not a goal, they'll take it back, not a goal. Why they have to inaugurate somebody? We're not sure he won the selection or not. So for Soyinka to come out in national TV and start making that talk, that I don't want to use one word for him for saying that kind of words. He should keep that word to himself and his home because he's not contributing anything for that country. Only to criticize and nothing more. He doesn't even talk about the election that was shrinking. He doesn't even say anything about that. He should forget about his cash out. We know he's always cash out. We know he's a professional of cash out. He's just working for his now. We know these things now. You forget about this. Their professors say that professor nobody rig election for us. But the thief are mandate now.
Within a space of 6 weeks, 2 professors don't show come for our eyes. It be as a get now. Let's move on.
This Alendra Gomez should keep his professor icon for himself. We should forget about all this icon issue. Icon the killers they go to tomorrow. And that's how the killers go to tomorrow.
Thank
you. Not get time for those kinds. It's not my professor. You should kiss my
No, don't do that, please.
Yeah, bye.
All right, thank you. All right, appreciate every one of you. Please, you can criticize their stand, but you can't insult them. Insult is totally prohibited here, even though it's a king, a professor, or my panelist, or my commenter, or my callers. You cannot insult anybody on this platform. Please, always bear that in mind. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Talk to us. Your name and where you're calling from. Hello.
Hello, my brother. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, good evening to you. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Paul, calling from Gabon, Mazi.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Talk to us quickly.
Yes, I listened to what you are playing this evening concerning what Lai Mohammed said in America and what Professor Soyinka is saying. Okay. But I want to ask them, and I want to ask Professor Soyinka where he was when the beavers is not, these people do not use the beavers. Because INEC tell Nigerians they have to use beavers to conduct election in Nigeria. Can't him ask the INEC chairman why he did not use the beavers to conduct election?
Yeah, normally, sir, these are the areas I was expecting him to address. He didn't address anything like that. He didn't address all the threat, ethnic war, and all that. He didn't. He just went straight attacking that element. That was too extreme.
Yes, it's very bad because they forget what the threat these people have been threatening all Nigerians and putting confusion everywhere. Now, instead of addressing all those issues, now he's addressing what the 30 said, because they know that he himself know that INEC chairman supposed to be in jail by now in a civilized country. Can't you see what Kenya did? That to show you they are leaving legacy for their children to learn. But in Nigerians, what we have in Nigerians is professor who cannot defend their children, who cannot say the truth. Yeah? Because we cannot have somebody like Soyinka. You see this type of election conducted in Nigeria. Is it election? This is a nonsense election. Stealing the mandate of the people, putting people into the deep hole. Again, he cannot say it. But I'm very, very angry when I'm hearing these things.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you
Thank
must
you.
stand up. Yes, my brother.
Okay, let me move on.
Stand up, but defend their rights. The right of the people must be defended. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, my brother, to give me the opportunity.
God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello, Mr. Edwin. You're the last caller. Let me move on to my panelists right now. Mr. Edwin, we can't hear you. If you lose this opportunity now, I'm going straight to my panelists. Sorry. Hello, Mr. Edwin. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Hello, Mr. Edwin. Okay. I think. Can you hear me? Hello, sir. Turn down your device now, Mr. Edwin. Now you they do this one.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Edwin, you won't tell you they talk to me. You that is with us here every day.
Oh yes, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Can you imagine? Mr. Edwin, I'm sorry. We have to
let another person speak, please.
No, please. Let me move on to the next person. How can you that is part of our media here every day? You won't tell you on radio, on kitchen, on pot, everything down. Ha, guy, Bill. Let's move on. Let me move on to Mama H.O. Mama H.O., thank you very much for your patience, Mama. I know say you don't reverse. I beg talk to us. Good evening to you.
Good evening. When I tell you, I say we'll be offer, she I don't see her. We not get papa. As far as me and my children is concerned, in Nigeria, we are offer. Shebi Wole Soyinka don't this. He don't tell us that we'll be offer now. Oga Wole Soyinka, I'm not call you professor because your professorship is not different from the Muhammadu Yakubu. Shame. Shame on you. We're supposed to call you daddy, but shame. A father that will not see the truth and call the truth. Shame on you, Wole Soyinka. When Ems Oluomo threatened people in Lagos, did you speak to it? When they massacre people during election, did you speak to it? When they are busy burning the shops of the Igbos in Lagos, did you speak to it? Shame on you, Wole Soyinka. I am not calling you professor today because it is obvious that you, people that call yourself professor, especially the men, you are nothing but shame and disgrace. How dare you? How dare you say what that he said is wrong? When Tinubu was telling them to go and get the mandate for him, by all crook and manner, if they need to kill, they should kill. Did we hear you say anything? All you want to say, you didn't see the video. Shame on you, Wole Soyinka. I will not call you professor today. I will not call you father today because you don't deserve those language and those words from me and my children. You are nothing but a disgrace. In your old age, in your very eye, your children are being murdered by some stupid people called APC terrorist group. championed by Chief Tinubu, and crowned by someone born in Lagos, and you said nothing. The Oba of Lagos said something that incited the people. You said nothing, and you are here opening your mouth to condemn what that is said. If you read the Bible, then you will know there is a place in the Bible that says, parents, do not provoke your children to anger. All of you that call yourself elders in the land of Nigeria, you are provoking us to anger, and be ready for what comes after it. If you people deliberately put it in the Constitution so that situation like this will not be resolved before the swearing in, you people should be ready for anything that will happen on the day of the swearing in. Now, picking when they say you don't want mama to sleep, I know they sleep. But elder that does not want children to fulfill destiny, they will have no peace, they will not sleep. Nigeria justice. When El-Rufai and he used colleague, they run about the Supreme Court to collect judgment for notes because they get plenty of them for their CBN bank. Did you people not hurry up to pass on the judgment? So how come this terrible one that you don't want to be able to sit there and address it before 29th of May? You people are deliberately being wicked and evil. But you see, this very mandate, now hot bone fall off my neck. If you don't do the needful, you people are beating the drum of war. You are beating the drum of war. Nigeria government, you are beating the drum of war. And don't be carried away. The silence of my children is not because of they are coward. No. They are silent. They are planning for you people. If you people don't address this thing in peace, you will definitely address it in pieces. Because you will not take this. This impunity must stop. For your information, I was in my therapy session today. And they asked me, hope all is well. I said, all is not well. And she said, what? I said, Nigeria government stole my children's mandate. And if nothing is being done, they want to install a drug baron for us. I said, President. I said, if they let that happen, Nigeria will become a country, not just of corruption, but a country where drug will become the cartel of drug warlord in the whole world. And she asked me, what do you want? I said, I want to go to Washington. I want to see them in Washington. I want to tell them, if you don't stop this impunity, what will come out of Nigeria? You people will not like it. I say, you know, I don't hide it. Some of my children are doing Yahoo fraud. And do you know the people they defraud? Your women over here. They know they are lonely. So they sang the song of love to them. And a lot of them withdraw everything for their retirement, and they later find out it is fraud. Some of them sell their houses. So therefore, the way it is affecting us in Nigeria is affecting your women over here. So we want to stop this. Because if there is a good environment for my children to thrive, they are intelligent and smart. They are hardworking and resilient. But there is no environment and they want to survive. So they are preying on your women. So we want to stop them from preying on these women. And the only way is a phone call from Washington to President Buhari. She said, then what do you want? I said, connect me. Give me resources and let me know how to go about this. She said, I will send something to you. So if you people don't give us justice in Nigeria, I will get justice for my children. Stupid. Every system will not cause. I rest my case for now. Elvis, arrest my case to the next person, please. Elvis, are you there?
Oga Elvis.
Maybe the next person should speak up, since Elvis is not here. I don't know who's next. Is it CM?
I think it's CM.
CM, over to you.
I don't think it's
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Please, all protocols observed, and welcome to the panel. I think far...
Thank you very much, Mama
impressed
I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thanks for your submission. And CM, but please, before you move on, let me quickly acknowledge the people that super chat us. Mr. Joseph Oji, thank you very much. Lazada Gomez, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. I understand that some situation is going on right there on the comment section, but I cannot really read. I can only put on the screen. Thank you. Okay, Mr. CM, talk to us, sir. Thank you.
Okay, like I wanted to say, I'm impressed by the comments of Olisa Abakoba. He spoke like a patriot. To me, it's just common sense. He wasn't even interested in who win or who didn't win. He was more interested, let us start. Election was held on February 25th. Like he said, it's it's almost 6 weeks or something like that. Getting to 2 months, nothing. Nobody's hearing anything. Then you now start to ask yourself, of what purpose is the tribunal or the court where P2B filed the petition? Let us also remember that in the immediate aftermath of the 25th election, the thing everywhere is go to court, go to court. Now P2B has done what he was expected to do. What if he had behaved like I read one comment now that by Sheikh Hustani, that P2B, no matter what you say about obedience, they are still better than Buhari's 2011 when they started slaughtering people. And then P2B is even calming people down that don't worry, we go to court. They did all their effort wanting to assemble the materials, the documents they needed. INEC couldn't. They now had to go to court for the court to tell INEC to allow Labour Party and P2B to get what they want. INEC came out to tell us, oh, we are not hiding anything. It's just they need it today. We give it to them. The one that are within our, the man spoke. Just like the way he assured the entire world that everything will be uploaded. In the end, it took P2B repeatedly. At the end, they couldn't get what they wanted until the dying minute. Even then, they didn't get everything. Now, they managed to use it to file the destiny. Like somebody observed earlier on, by 15th, the time for Tinubu's camp to respond will lapse and nothing is happening. Rather than them going to answer charges brought against them, all they are interested is to go to different capitals of the world and be talking of treason. In fact, the word treason has been so bastardized that it doesn't even, the real English meaning of treason is being I mean, if treason is a human being, it can sue Nigeria for abuse. What sort of everything treason? If you hear treason, but Dr. Dati Yusuf Baba Ahmed, when he grants interview, is treason. P2B will say, okay, we say P2B is still arrest. If Keyamo is not calling for arrest of P2B and Dati Mohammed, Lai Mohammed is saying P2B is committing treason. You know, all these things. Yet, why not go and answer the charge? Or you are waiting for maybe dying minute, they smuggle something in and they say they couldn't finish it, and then technically they knock it out. And then everything goes. They say the case has been closed because technically the time has passed. You see, in all this, let us not be taken unawares and let us not claim ignorant. We know what is happening. We know. But what they don't know is, I always respect, sometimes when I wanted to do something, which I know maybe it may not be well received in some quarters, I always ask myself two things. That's what they call the law of game theory. That thing you are going to do, have you thought about what the person will do to counter it? And if you think, because you may not know, what then do you do to counter the person? So it's like playing chess. You may not know. That's what they call the law of game theory. Then there's what they call the law of unintended consequence. When you put, so it's like when Atiku and Wike was saying they leave PDP nomination, let's throw it open. They threw it open, thinking that they will subdue P2B. They never thought that P2B will leave PDP, get to Labour Party, and then become a champion. That's what unintended consequence. They didn't know. And they didn't know, Atiku never thought that Wike will react the way he reacted. And Wike never thought that things will turn out the way it turned out. So that is unintended consequences. These are the two things that we guide.
Coming from the foundation, none of them seen this coming at all.
Exactly.
If PDPs know that all this will happen, they will never allow Peter Obi to leave.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So all these things that is happening now, go to court. They didn't know that everything will be turned. So it just
exactly. It's true. That is what I'm saying. So like you said, if PDP knew that this, they would have said P2B at least be our flag, because they will benefit. At least P2B, okay, president. What of ministers? What of everything? At least they will still use it to bragging rights in a way. Or they will say, okay, I step down for P2B in the interest of peace. And then that person becomes a champion. Imagine somebody saying, well, let me allow P2B, our brother, to go. I step down. My ambition is not is P2B's ambition is better than my. People will tell him a hero. Tomorrow they write editorial. But that's why a human being, when you plan, especially when you are planning evil, if you are planning something good, there may not be unintended consequences. But when you are planning evil, especially selfish one to favor you, they wouldn't know. Now look at the mess. They thought that going to court, P2B will be afraid. You see, what is causing the delay? It's not the technicality, it's not the real matter of whether election is irregular or maybe what is the name? Kashim Shetima is Kashim Shetima is eligible to contest. All those ones are internal matter. What is causing the confusion was this drug issue that is now reverberating all over the world. That is why they delay. If it were an issue of Kashim Shetima, they can go there and be by. But they were surprised. And P2B brought it with a ferocious zeal and sadistic gusto, to the extent that they are willing to summon any witness from any part of the world, including FBI and Chicago State University. So all these things is what is giving because this is not a case of it's not being swept under the carpet. When they say Tinubu is not qualified, this is the evidence they want to present. And when they say the election did not measure up, there's so much irregularity, they know. And then Tinubu is not qualified based on 2/3 of to satisfy the to satisfy the requirement in terms of vote cast and the spread and wherever you have to win. They know it. So look at what Olisa Abakoba said. As a layman, even it's a son, though it is not to give judgment, he said when you say 36 states, 25% in two-thirds, that is 24. What of FCT? It's not a state. So my own, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not aspiring to be, I'm not even to be a son, but I know that 36 oranges and one apple can never be the same. That is my own as a scientist. So I look at it that way. 36 oranges, then and one apple. Abuja becomes apple, states become 36 oranges. You can never tell me as a scientist that they are the same. They are not. So whatever, because lawyers, they know how to twist words or this. That's why I say, if I'm to contribute to constitutional amendment, I will go to the National Assembly and tell them that electoral act or constitution that says the requirement to be a president, I say, please put it this way so that it won't cause us problem. It will be, I will state that for you to be elected, for you to satisfy the requirements to be the president of the country, you must satisfy, among other things, or maybe let's say you must satisfy the two underlisted conditions. Because in science, when you are writing, you write it in plain English so that 1 + 1 will be 1. You don't use convoluted grammar. Otherwise, no professor will listen to you. They say you are waffling, you are hiding the data. So you will say condition number 1, you must score at least 25% of the votes cast in 25 in two-thirds of the 36 states. And since I know that Nigeria, maybe they're not going to sort of carve out another state, I will say that is to say, because in science you have to explain, meaning 24 states. You must score 25% of the vote cast in 24 states. And that 24 states, it doesn't mean a spread. It can be in one corner of River State or one corner of South Side. It doesn't mean. It must not be, you have to score Sokoto, Meduguri, Sokoto, Boruno, maybe Lagos and the Cross River, and then maybe Benue State, you say it's spread. That's one condition. The second condition, you must score 25% of the vote, or the vote cast in Federal Capital Territory. So it becomes two conditions. When you say 25%, if you satisfy one, that's okay. You satisfy number 2. So, but putting them in a sentence, that is where you see people start to mumbo jumbo, trying to confuse you. Even if you somebody who knows everything, say, in law you interpret. I say, which one be this law? That's why the first that I asked, the purpose of studying law is that to tell lies. I asked it here. Somebody said, they can prove why to be. I said, okay, thank God I'm not. Otherwise, then what is the meaning of and? If I say there are 2 boys and a girl, the gender separates them. Just like state and federal. Abuja is a territory. Edo or Adambra or Boruno is a state with all the characteristics. So why are they doing that? They know all this. So Lisa Bakoba explained it. But in Nigeria, in their characteristics of confusing people and bamboozling everybody, I don't know why we like to be, we like fraud. I can't understand. It went in clean. So we like fraud. Rather than encourage Tinubu and the APC, please come and put your case before. Come and defend the one of Atiku. Even if you don't want to defend Obi's own, start with from Atiku. Let us know that you've done something. You left it. You're only looking for who to arrest. This man is causing treason. So all they want to do is that tomorrow, DSS, God forbid, arrest Peter Obi. As they are dealing with that, the time will elapse. They say, technicality. This is fraud now. This is fraud. However, I know I'm not daft. I know what they want. They want to anarchy. They want to precipitate anarchy in the country. That is what they are planning for. Probably they've gone abroad to go and fortify themselves in terms of how to defend their one area or the other. They want to precipitate anarchy. That's what they are trying to. But one thing is that they may know, like I started, the law of unintended consequence. They don't know how it will end. It will still come back to backfire on them. When they are doing all this type of thing, you tend to wonder, what really are these people? Are they taking Nigerians for a ride? Simple thing. Even somebody with secondary school knowledge, knows what is two-thirds of 36 states and the other one. Yet they will like to make things confuse us. They are looking for one reason or the other. This person is causing this, is inciting this. Yet they slaughtered Igbo in Lagos. You ask them not to vote. If you can't vote for it, you don't want you. All those ones, people like Wole Soyinka, never uttered a word. You see, that is sometimes you wonder, I don't know, somebody who must have studied the geriatric medicine should tell me, because no matter how brilliant you are, the more you are getting old, your thinking faculty will, no matter how you think you are when you were 2021, it will be diminishing. This man sometimes is, does he really think that it is the respect people have for him back then is what they are going to have now? Something like even if let's remove issue of social standing. As an elder, you must condemn. You must condemn violence. You must condemn evil when you see it. How did Wole Soyinka, how was he able to sleep when you heard that a street urchin made a broadcast that if you are from this ethnic group, don't come and vote, and he kept quiet? Now, these are people that will be telling us, I've argued it one day, oh, we don't need to separate Nigeria. We have intermarried. We have done all this. We're living together. Okay, yeah, intermarriage brought out a Gbadebo. That is the product of intermarrying. Gbadebo Rose Vival. That is a classical example of intermarriage between Lagos and Abia. Look at the distance, and they produce Gbadebo. When it mattered most, they tell Gbadebo, no, you are not Yoruba enough. Can you imagine? Then tomorrow you want me to give out my sister if I'm from Abia again and somebody from Lagos. I said no, because whatever the children you have, they won't have the same right as your dad or any other person within the context of that tribe. So when you see this type of thing happening, and the elders like Soyinka, they are not coming out to condemn it. He's now coming to lecture us that Ahmed Dati is trying to twist the hand of the Supreme Court. All those things. You see, people should not pick and choose. The only thing you tell a blind man, if I'm blind, is that this soup you are eating, it does not contain oil. I may agree. But you can't tell a blind man that the soup you are eating does not contain salt. It's a lie. He said he will know. He will tell you yes or no. He can understand that. So all these things, they are coming, a later day to come and start all these things. I'm just trying to express a sense of foreboding. All these things they are doing, they don't know how it's gonna end. They don't know. All they are trying to do is to bring out anarchy. After all, how many weeks has passed without doing anything? All they are waiting for is 2 days. Oh, they rush and then swear Tinubu in. And they swear Tinubu in. Look at the warning given by Remi Tinubu that the Shetima is doing something from the, So all that, all these things are just their permutation. Oh, maybe he gets in and then maybe Shetima's, proposition works. Then the man is no more. Then this one we now step into power, meaning that Northeast has gotten it after Northwest. So they are just, you see, this is man proposed. They don't know how it's gonna turn out. Nigeria, you are looking at these people that vote, disobedient people that came out without being prompt, without being induced with money. They came out to stake their life, paid to get their PVC, even forfeited their money in the bank. Petrol, they were able to trek, no petrol, nothing, no food. They had hope that let us push Obi across the line, and they did. Now, if you go and suppress this mandate and thwart it, let me tell nobody can guarantee what will happen. Nobody, even myself included, nobody can guarantee what will happen. And the only thing we are asking is to forestall all this. Let it, like Olisa Bakoba said, let us start the process. Like he said, if Peter Obi lose, then he can say at least you've satisfied all righteousness. If he wins, let him go. But for you now to just keep mute and feel that nothing is happening, looking for whoever, whenever Peter Obi coughs, or maybe that Ahmed coughs, you say they are using treason. You see, SSS should arrest them. Then this man, then later they fly a kite. Oh, it might be interim government. Please, there are some that attended primary school that can still reason, some of us. All these things they are planning, it will be an EU wind that will blow nobody any good. Let the earlier they stop it, the better. Let the judges or whoever that are handling the case summon APC, or unless they are insisting that if by 15th day, and they write them that if you did, just to remind them that, remember, this is the deadline. If you do not want to do something about that time, if you didn't get anything by so time, then we throw out your case and they award it to the petitioner, who is P2B, because that stands. It's like walking people all in a football match is done. If they wait for you that day, look for you, there's no other team, they walk you over and then that goes. Or maybe you use a fictitious player or something, you break the law. So please,
Buhari will retire all those judges, and they will not say he's not going to reshuffle them if they try that thing.
Okay, well, because I'm saying this, nobody knows tomorrow. At least if P2B's emergence has told them anything, they should stop playing God. We now know that, look, he's not God. Atiku, we know that he is not God. Even Nigerians, even APC, they will think that this man won't do anything. But that is the person Nigeria is speaking to. God is speaking to Nigerians through P2B. If they lose P2B, I keep saying P2B is Nigeria's last chance. How it's gonna be the last chance, I don't want to explain. In fact, I wish I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submissions, CM. Before I move on to the next person, I would like to quickly add this on. Listen, regardless of any level of respect that you have today, it is your duty to do everything possible to retain and keep that respect. If not, you will lose it. It doesn't matter if you are the most or rather you are the number one or the biggest person. I don't know how to describe it. You know, like some of you are describing Wole Soyinka to be, you know, is this, is that. No, it doesn't work like that. Respect, you got to earn it. Remember in 2016, when Wole Soyinka called Nigerians slugs and millipedes, he was also attacked at that time. I believe this one might be worse. I don't know, because it only happened today. Let's see what was going to happen from tomorrow. You know, I just did my research now. This was Wole Soyinka's statement in 2016, you know, calling Nigerians slugs and millipedes. That was, you know, what he did today is totally wrong. We should say it how it is. It's wrong. Because there's a lot of things that happened that led to the anger of Dati Ahmed. At least, Wole Soyinka is supposed to criticize that. You can see here, this is December 7, 2016. Nigerians attacked Soyinka for controversial comments. The former presidential aide, Reno Omonkre, and other Nigerians have criticized Wole Soyinka a day after Nobel laureate disparaged some Nigerians on social media as meddlesome, slugs, and millipedes. Now, hear that one. So I don't really want to read all of them because there was so many horrible words right there. I thought I should remind you people that if we have to go to history, there are a lot we need to talk about. Even on this same interview that it was granted today, the same Wole Soyinka was saying, promising, or pledging $1,000 if anybody can come out with social thing or two allegations against him. There's a lot. There's a lot. But one thing I want you all to understand, if I call you sir today, it's not my duty to keep that word sir. It's your duty to behave well for me to continue to call you sir. You can't force me. It's just like you coming to this platform and you say, no, you must call me sir. You must call me. No, it doesn't work like that. You have to earn it. So the same way, whatever position or respect that Wole Soyinka have earned himself, is his responsibility to keep it, to retain it. Because it's about losing it. We are talking about Nigerians that are in pains here. We're talking about Nigerians that are expressing their excruciating plights. You can't come on air and criticize somebody that is standing for the innocent people. If you criticize the process, what led to Dati Ahmed to express his anger that way? They do not get to Dati Ahmed. It's not just like you saying, no, Tinubu, the rob or whatever, blah, 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 fine. Then you go to Lagos, MC Olomo did this, blah, blah, blah. Festus Keyamo did this, the other one did this. Then you not come to, yes, even though I understand that that Ahmed was angry, but he was wrong in this area. I have to ask you, are you criticizing that Ahmed in entirety? Yeah, you said almost in entirety. That was wrong. What led to it? You just look at the words he was using to describe that Ahmed. It looks like he have one-on-one with him before, or he just hate the man, or I don't know. Some people are describing it as tribalism, or rather he's putting in ethnicity into it. I don't want to use that. But that was too extreme. What led to the anger? In the United Kingdom, when you commit a crime, the first thing they want to know, what led to it. They want to know what triggered this person's anger when he went and whatever, blah, 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 and did that. They want to know. That is what I expected him to talk about today. Criticize the broad daylight robbery. He refused to criticize that. He was robbing like this. He was swimming around it. In all his 20 or 22 minutes interview, he was focusing on that Ahmed. I'm not here to say you must agree with that Ahmed, but how come he did not criticize the process? What led to his anger? That's what I'm saying. Just like I'm sitting here now, one of my panelists is pushing me. When I now talk, people say, you for not talk. But you day here where they push me. Since that is what happened. Are you going to tell me Wole Soyinka is better than what's his name? The former NBA president, Olisa, senior advocate of Nigeria? As far as I'm concerned, nobody's better than anybody. Don't come here to tell me he's better. He's not better than him. But he was saying the truth today. So what was wrong if Wole Soyinka was also hitting the nail on the head? How come Wole Soyinka did not criticize the judiciary? How come Wole Soyinka did not criticize the broad daylight robbery? How come Wole Soyinka left Nigeria on the day of voting? My stand is not him criticizing that Ahmed. My stand and my anger right now, my disappointment in Wole Soyinka is that he did not criticize the process. Series of videos that were flying on social media saying, make una not come out, or if you know you are not voting for APC. Wole Soyinka, is he going to say he not see that video? We should stop deceiving ourselves now. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Some of them, they were lucky when they earned their respect tele ago, before some of us were born. I'm promising many of you that respect will not end tele or professor or whatever, laureate or whatever will not end. Where they ever born many of us. We're not going to lose them soon. Soon, Nigerians will go the throw stone they meet on our head. How can you be telling me say respect when you carry tele? You can't tell generation in the postmodernism children. May they still keep to and may they respect. It doesn't work like that. You got to prove who you are to me to activate my respect for you. That's how it works. Please let everybody express their anger. There was one of the comments that I read earlier on today. All these our elders. I don't know who talked about the same elders one time on here. Everybody criticizes this person. No, don't talk about our elders like that. But the biggest problems we are facing in Nigeria today is caused by some of our elders. In fact, it's caused by some of our satanic elders. Check it. Check it yourself. Just do your own scrutiny yourself. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Do we need to off camera to talk am I be? No, we're not the off camera. The talk am I be. I say it how it is. If there's any part in the Constitution where I go against, then sue me to court. As far as I'm concerned, all these people that fraudulently or any other way or otherwise earned their respect in the past, today you will lose it because we are beginning to see everything transparently. It's obvious that many of you are the pains that we are facing today. Because you want presidential candidate to come to your office, buy you wine, drop envelope and all that to formally inform you, I want to run for office. What about us? Do you put us into consideration? I don't want to go there, but I want the people to talk about it. Thank you. I'd like to hear from the next person.
Mr. Elvis, sorry, can I just say something really quickly?
Yeah,
Less than a minute. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah,
you know, it really is disheartening, when some of these elders, the supposed elders that are supposed to be standing for the truth and speaking it to power, this same Buhari, when he was contesting, he says baboons will soak in blood. Where was this same Wole Soyinka then to condemn these comments? Where was he during the Owo massacre, the Boko Haram siege on villages in the north? Where was he? It's time for us to call out the elders. We know the likes of Pa Adebanjo, who are standing firm at the age of 95 for the truth. We will not make any excuses for an elder who chooses to play in the mud. We will call you out and label you as you are, because this is ridiculous. Young people are the ones dying at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the older ones are getting older and they're not allowing the young ones to grow. You go plant seed, now they go plant the seed, now they go chop the seed, chop the harvest. It is madness. It stops. So everybody respect himself, because I would disrespect anyone who does not respect themselves. Thank you.
To be honest, before you came on air to pour out the garbage, or rather spill out those rubbish she was talking about today, attack. When you are attacking that Ahmed, one thing you must understand, you are attacking all Nigerians, including the one that are satanically or pretentiously supporting the satanic politicians. You are fighting everybody at the same time. So he's supposed to reason, to think properly, say, oh, I have an interview today with Arise. What can I say? If I have to criticize that Ahmed for his statement, I have to start from the beginning. What led to it? Now, so that they talk. Yeah, that. Thank you, Alex, for calling in. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nigeria. Lopsided and disgraceful display. Wole Soyinka, for me, has become corrupted. I know he's a member of the CIA. He's on $6 million per year. He should stop lying that he's not rich. That is why he cannot hold any political position. He's part of the CIA membership code of conduct.
Exactly.
He has lost the respect of millions. Being a Nobel laureate or being a literature literate, winning an award is just another award. He's not the first, and he will never be the last. Where was Wole Soyinka when Deborah was killed in this country? Where was Wole Soyinka? How will you lie that you are not hearing question live, but you can hear the question about Ahmed Dati, but you cannot hear the questions about how you think about the ethnicity and the bigotry? When I saw that interview, it was shambolic and the corruption, rampage, stuff. Suddenly you are having ear problem. The same thing Buhari did to us. When they ask you a question about ethnic bigotry that happened in Lagos, suddenly you are not hearing again. You went deaf, Mr. Wole Soyinka. You went deaf suddenly. But when it's time to talk about Ahmed Dati, you can hear and talk rubbish. Where was Wole Soyinka when MC Oluomo threatened to kill anybody who come and vote against his own party? He said, go home or you die. The video is there. Where was Wole Soyinka when shops were being broke down? When people were being beaten up, many were killed in broad daylight. There was Wole Soyinka when INEC refused to use their beavers as against their promise. They used the same beavers they lied, uploaded Senate and Rep results. But when it came to presidency, suddenly it has issues. Who is a fool? Where was Wole Soyinka when INEC chairman was declaring a presidential elect in the middle of the night? Having not satisfied the constitutional requirements. To me, Wole Soyinka is a disgrace. He has a old people syndrome, a mental disease. Since he has become so callous, so useless, where was Wole Soyinka when monies are missing in this country, when our national treasure has become a den of thieves, where they borrow money and there is no explanation to it? The sufferings of Nigerians. Where was Wole Soyinka when Jackpot syndrome became, a lingua franca in the Nigerian states, where our young men and women are leaving the country in their thousands as a Nobel laureate? Are you not bold enough to talk about the meaning of the word brain drain that is part of economic sabotage due to leadership failure? You live in a country with so much resources, Wole Soyinka, there is no electricity. Why can't you address that? The failure of APC. Where was Soyinka during the church massacre? The burning of churches in Kaduna, the killing of Shiite Muslims by this same APC Erufai. Where was Wole Soyinka when Buhari went missing for more than a year, parked our presidential jet in London, paying taxpayers' money, 12,000 pounds per day as parking fee for 6 months or so? Where was Wole Soyinka when a bag of rice jumped from 12,000 naira to 60,000 naira as we speak? Where was Wole Soyinka where our federal roads are not passable due to government-imported killer herdsmen across the nook and canary of the nation? As we speak, they've started again. Election is over. They are killing and kidnapping people again in Kaduna, in Kano and other parts of the country. He will not talk about that. He ran to US. When it came to important questions, he said he was not around. He left. But when it came to vomiting garbage from his buccal cavity, he became available. Wole Soyinka, you are a disgrace. You should be stripped of your so-called Nobel laureates. You are a disgrace. You are insensitive. You are a disgrace. Stop talking. Why can't you walk the streets and access information by yourself? At least you are old, but you are not crippled. You have grandchildren. Why can't you make your own personal, research instead of coming on air to come and attack a man whose mandate has been stolen? Where was Wole Soyinka when everybody is talking about the drug dealings? Will he tell me he's not aware that Ganifa Wemi dragged Bola Tinubu in 2 or 3 about the drug charges? Is he blind to the drug cases? The drug baron, the $1.8 million found in Tinubu's bank account in America. Is he blind? Is he not aware that it will be a trickle-down effect on the whole nation if a man with drug-related issues is crowned as a Nigerian president? By the way, what are they hiding? Why is the Nigerian government and the INEC refusing for people to check the process that produce a so-called presidential elects? Understandably, money has exchanged hands. Wole Soyinka has collected bribe. You need to tell a blind man it's raining. It's so shameful that people will look up to. Growing up, people we wanted to be like, growing up, they become a source of corruption, a source of pain to Nigerians worldwide. Where was Soyinka for the past 7 years? The way this nation has been run, the killings, the broad daylight hijacking of Abuja Kaduna train. 6 months. Monies were being collected in ransom just to free their own relatives. Where was Wole Soyinka? History will never forgive you. This interview today has wiped out all the respect Nigerians have for you worldwide. February 26th or so, we all came out to vote our choice and broad daylight. Our mandate was stolen. Wole Soyinka, you dare collect money from bank doors and come and give a caricature judgment? History will not forgive you. The blood of Deborah will continue to haunt you and your family, Mr. Wole Soyinka. You see, he is another professor. Nigerian professorial activities is just a gang of thieves, a gang of robbers, a gang of killers, a gang of invaders, a gang of tribalistic human beings who claim to go to America to learn nothing from the American system. I'm very hungry.
Thank you.
What Soyinka today has revealed to me that is part of the killing spree going on in Nigeria for the past 7 years. What Soyinka has revealed to me today is part of those looting Nigeria's money. He shamelessly boasted that he will give $1,000. So who needs your money? Is that the problem instead of speaking truth?
I bet ask him who need the money. Ask him.
Who needs your money? When inflation is jumping from 5% to 10% to 20%, who needs? Of course, money has been given to you. You have money to throw a bet on national TV. Same money, Mr.
Can you imagine?
I wish. I will try to join the panel. I'm very sad.
Thank you.
What he did is sardonic. What he did is lubricous. He has shown everybody to a state of dismal, and he should be ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself.
Thank you.
He should stop vomiting all this political patato. Thank you, Nigeria Wash.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you so much. I'll pick the last call so that I can come to better Nigeria. Hello, Isha Oluwa. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us, my brother. Good evening to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Nigeria Watch and everybody in the panel and the comment section and everybody all over the world. And I must say that not everybody is going to see the new Nigeria that we have been preaching about. And I thank God that all this is playing out today, because if on the 25th of February it happened so easily, we wouldn't have been seeing all these people that we so much respect, and we see that they have turned out to be the enemy of Nigeria. I see that people, somebody like Soyinka, because I'm so surprised, when I watched that today, I see the way he was attacking, somebody that was, that is very brave, somebody that came out to say the truth. Instead of you to go to the issue, to talk about the issue, what caused, the root of the issue, you are talking and you are coming out to attack the personality of the person, that said something. So you see, Nigeria Watch, I would suggest that instead of us to be talking about other issues, I think that is my suggestion. I think that what we should be talking now is every day, let your topic or your heading, let it focus on the judiciary. When is the hearing? When will it begin? What is going on in the judiciary system? So let us begin to hit it so that everybody, will put their eyes on the judiciary so that we will start up something. Because there is no swearing in without this hearing to be heard. If we don't have the hearing, how will peace that they are expecting to come to play? According to my brother CM, he said that unintended consequences. They are talking about the interim government. What of in the process, after all this process, after they go about these shenanigans and Nigeria come out to be divided into 5 places? So what will happen? So they are talking about the interim government. What about if at the end of this whole issue that they are trying to set up, this ablaze that they are trying to set up Nigeria, at the end of this process, Nigeria is divided into 5 places. So all these people, they are not even seeing what is coming up. Because this issue has to be addressed before the 29th of May. This issue, so we should be hitting the judiciary. The judiciary has to, they have to wake up right now and start doing something. Thank you, my brother.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. All right, before we move on to better Nigeria, I would like to say that, can you imagine betting $1,000 on a national TV just to prove your innocence? You know how disgraceful that is for the so-called person or titled or respect or whatever you call it. Listen, we cannot be carried away anymore.
I thought he has money. What is $1,000 is so small? He should have betted $10 million. Then somebody will, if he tickles me in that direction of $10 million, I can jump to the
and do the research. Exactly.
I do the research. What is $1 million to rack my brain for $1,000? That is not enough to set up a business in Nigeria. What is
exactly?
So let him bring. If I know him, let him bring up the price. Say maybe $20 to $25 million. Then I go to town. I mean, what am I? What is this life for? I go to town for that and see what I can do.
My people, like I said before, you can't force people to respect you. It doesn't work like that. I'm not interested in any title you are holding or they give to you or you bought. You can't force people to respect you. Always have that in mind. Thank you. Better Nigeria, thank you very much, sir, for your time with us, for your patience as well. Mr. Keredolu, God bless you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Nigeria Watch, and all the families, all the people that are sitting before this time. I respect all of you. Thank you for your brilliant commitment.
Thank you, but your audio is not too clear, sir. I don't know what you are using. If you are using a headphone, remove it, please. Talk directly. Disconnect any headphone you are using with your phone. Just talk
Okay,
directly.
are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now better.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, now what I'm saying is this. Let's start with Olisa Agbakoba.
Yes,
Olisa Agbakoba is one person that has shown himself as respectable, has shown himself as knowledgeable. And I thank God for this submission. I thank God for his interview. And all that he has said, they are the truism, they are the truth that anybody should say. And I just pray that people that are supposed to listen, they are listening. People that want to take action on this suggestion, they will take the right action. And one thing that I respect him for is that before the election, I remember on 10th of February, like he said, he wrote a letter to INEC to address the issue of 25% of FCT, which was not addressed. Then what happened? See where we are now. Now, I want all of us to also remember that what Tati Ahmed was saying concerning the law about FCT is already, when he was saying that it's in the law, the man was saying the truth. Because I don't know if we listened to the interview of Andwaka immediately after, between the presidential election of February 25 and governorship election of March 18. He was interviewed, Andwaka, if you remember Andwaka very well. I think it was the Attorney General during Jonathan's time or something like that, I don't know. He said that the issue of 25% of FCT as a prerequisite for being president was decided in one of the cases of Buhari versus one other person in 2008. So it's already a decided case. And that is what Jati was trying to tell Shehu Okinbaloye. That is the law. So that is that. So we don't need to dwell much about Olisa Agbakoba because he has put himself to be respectable, he has put himself to be responsible, he has put himself to be real son, and God will bless him. Now let's move to Peter, our president-elect Peter, being referred to as being said as committing treason for crying out loud. I don't know why people are talking like this. Now let me tell you something. People are making a mistake. People are making a mistake. They are comparing the election of Peter Obi with that of M. Kabiola. They are not comparable at all. The only way in which they are comparable is that in both elections they were overwhelmingly voted for and elected. That is the difference. That's the only way they are the same. But one first difference was that number one, the result of Abiola was not declared. The election was annulled. That's number one. Number two, they have forgotten that in the election of Emiko Abiola, it was peaceful. I can't remember of anybody that died, whether before or after, except when Abacha took over. So, but meanwhile, during this election of Obi, of this presidential election, we know how many people died. We know how many blood was shed. And let me tell you something. that blood will not go unanswered. That blood will not go unanswered. So I'm telling you this. You see, let us be rest assured. The truth will come out. The truth will come out because number one, blood was shed, and the blood of those people, they will speak, they will walk. That's number one. Number two, Nigerians are praying. You will agree with me that Nigeria, if not the most prayerful country in the world, is one of the most prayerful countries. And this is the time that our prayers will be answered. Go and mark it. Go and mark it. Now let's quickly go to the word of God. In Isaiah chapter 20, Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. He said, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Verse 21. Woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight. Verse 23. Which justify the wicked for reward and take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. Now let's come to verse 24, which is very, very instructive. He said, therefore, as the fire devoureth the stubble and the flame consumeth the chaff, so their root shall be as rottenness, and their bosom shall go up as dust, because they have cast away the law of the Lord of hosts, and despise the word of the Holy One of Israel. Now, let me tell you one thing. My brothers, go and write it down. All this one they are doing up and down. Tinubu will know this morning. Tinubu will know this. Go and write it down. Tinubu will be arrested on the day of election. Go and mark it. Tinubu will be disgraced. Go and mark it. Peter Obi will be installed. May not be before May 29, I don't know. But he will be installed. That is the word of God. And now let us look at, if you remember what happened yesterday, Lai Mohammed went to US to say one thing. I don't know, because I was expecting somebody would mention it. Have you heard that he has gone to say during press conference that the the IREV was purposely switched off for the uploading of the presidential results, because number one, to prevent people from hacking into it, and number two, because he saw that people were not viewing it. Can you imagine? That will tell you that the truth is coming out. That will tell you that, there is no way.
Oh, can you imagine? I didn't get that, sir. I didn't see that.
Because they will start against themselves. That's that. Now let's come to that. And that's what I meant. What Soyinka saying that what was saying was treason, was this, and even and this one was saying treason. Now let me tell you, what that he was saying was the truth, because he was saying that if Tinubu is sworn in, they will be moving against the Constitution. And he's saying that if they move against the Constitution, there will be rancor everywhere. And if we remember very well, we know the politicians, they are somehow selfish. I'm telling you that if for any reason, which I'm not even sure, that Ahmed is, that is sworn in on that day, I know there will be crisis all over. I can assure you. Because people are just keeping quiet now because they're still watching. And I'm telling you that this interim, they're saying certain stuff they're saying. I don't know, it could be true. Because I know that one thing is this: if there is crisis and they are not able to swear in back, then they will be thinking of, I'm not saying it, let nobody hold me for it, they will be thinking of interim government. And so when somebody is coming of interim government saying it, and say I've seen people doing that, and they're trying to accuse Peter Obi, I don't know how it makes sense. I don't know how Peter Obi can come or Obedience can come and install interim government. The only people who can install interim government is the National Assembly, because even Buhari cannot do it. Because they will see it as the way out. Because to douse the tension, they may say, okay, the National Assembly, because they don't want to lose their job, Because once the army boys come in, that is the end of their daily bread. So they will not want that. So they want to do the kind of what happened during the time of Yaradua when he died, and they say they're doing kind of necessity or something. They will do so. What I'm trying to say is this: let us not be worried. What I want us to emphasize our effort now. What I want us to emphasize our effort now is how to make sure that the judiciary does the right thing. Because already Mr. Olisa has given us, head up on how the judiciary can, pluck the low-hanging fruits of declaring point 1, point 2, point 3. Then if it's not if there's no way they now move to the issue of votes that are counted that brought Obi to being. So what I'm trying to say is this: we should try and make sure to put pressure on the judiciary, and the best way we can do that. I thank God for Aisha Yusuf. I watched the what's it called the protest in UK, in US, Washington, the first day, and he mentioned, he made it clear that the problem now is the issue of judiciary, that the executive has been taken up by the government before. The legislature has been taken up. The only people that have not been taken up in the history of this country is the judiciary, and that's what we need to build our flashlight. And like we have always suggested, the quickest way to make sure that the judiciary does the right thing is to see how Joe Biden can call our president here, who will now tell the judiciary here that, look, try to make sure that the issue of 29, the issue of who actually won the election is decided before 29th of May, because that is the only condition that can avert problem in this country. I'm not praying for it, but that is the only problem, and that is what I want us to actually, focus on. And for those of us who are praying, to pray about that judiciary will do the right thing. Because as we are talking right now, Tinubu has not replied, has not responded. As we are talking right now, we don't even know if INEC has responded. And we are saying, and somebody has said that by on the 15th or 17th, it will be 21 days, and then the judiciary will decide the case in favor of Obi. It's not that simplistic, because these people that are in power, they are satanic. All these provisions put in the law, they purposely put lacuna in all these laws to create opportunity for them to oppress Nigerians. So that is why we should, pray that the judiciary they do the right thing. That's why we should put pressure on them, that they start something. Like somebody has said before this time, it's almost 2 months now that we have done the election. Nothing is happening. Nothing is being heard. And we are told that maybe Tinubu will come 2 days, 3 days, and say this and say that. But what we are saying is, let us put pressure on the judiciary. Anyhow we can do it. That should be our target. And God will help us in Jesus' name. Thank you. Back.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your submission. All right. I appreciate every one of you that have shared our video, that have liked our video, and those of you that have super chatted us as well. Jaja, Dr. Elizabeth Gomez, Mr. Joseph Oji, Seven Girl Mede. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you, and God will bless you now. Meanwhile, for the likes, we currently have 427 likes. Can we take that to 500? Is possible? Please help us to take that to 500. Press the like button. We have 429. Please just press the like button if you can see right there on your screen. God bless you all. Okay, let's hear from Madarita, who have waited for so long. Oh God, Madarita, don't wait tired today. Good evening to you, Madarita.
Good evening, at least our CM and my sister Omoye and the previous speaker, Mr. Akeredolu, has spoken, and they said what needs to be said. Very quick one, please, everyone. You need, if you haven't shared this program, please share it and please like it. In fact, you should share it because this is very educative, very, very educative. Please share it at least for a sense of education of what's really going on with the judiciary. You need to share this program. It's very vital. It's important. Please just share it. Okay. Thank you very much, and God bless you all who have shared it. First of all, I just want to say, Mr. Akeredolu, thank you very much. But there's something I really want to talk about. For what you said, everything you said was just the truth. But I'm going to refer to the book of Isaiah that you were trying to give, and a little bit of education of trying to like encourage people. That's what I will use that word as an encouragement. That's the verse in the Bible you spoke to encourage everyone, especially Christians and non-Christians. But I'm still one of those people who would also challenge and say that that particular verse of Isaiah probably was also spoken in the Seventh Assembly, or rather Seventh Republic, Eighth Republic, Ninth. I think we're in the Ninth or the 10th Republic now. Somebody can correct me there. It was spoken in every successive government that have come, even from the time of Yaradua, the cheating and everything. And then people use the Bible or some religious text just to encourage people. That is, as far as I know, as far as I know so far to date, the countries that we want to emulate. And when injustice has been done during the electoral process, nobody quotes the Bible. I haven't heard, possibly they do that on a Sunday morning or in a Friday, those who go to the mosque, possibly. But when we keep giving this narrative of using the Holy Bible in order to make people, I would call it a sense of mental laziness, of actually knowing the nitty-gritty and not putting religion into it. I think maybe we should, this is just my suggestion. I'm not going against what you said, sir, but what you said is true. But every time we say, God go do them, I keep saying, do you know how many catechism classes all my life, from when I was born as a Catholic till now? What I mean, I know a lot of you have going to prayer classes. You've been putting Nigeria in your prayers. When we keep getting these bad leaders and all that, what does that tell you? It tells you that God has given us the tools. It is left for us to use these tools to make our life better, to make the quality of our life better. But we should not kind of depend so much on religion. That's the bottom message I just want to say. And Peter Jirokobi has explained it in simple language why no cleric should say, let us move on. No cleric should be allowed to say, let us move on with this evil that is spreading across the land. Now, going to the topic, what I see, Olisa Agbakoba, is, in a nutshell, what I see is that he's clamoring for judicial process reforms. Judicial process reforms. I don't know if any of you are quite close to, I mean, those of you in diaspora now, if you're close to a lawyer or you're a lawyer or you're kind of affiliated to the law proceedings in the country where you live in, you will understand how analog, backward, sluggish our judicial system is in Nigeria. I can tell you for a fact because I could say I'm kind of close to somebody who's in the judiciary here in Canada. So I know that when I try to compare and I see that, oh my God, in fact, as a matter of fact, I don't know now if we even have apps, these apps that if we have apps specifically for lawyers in Nigeria, where they can easily, or judges, where they can easily assess, different sections and how they can interpret it. I don't know if we have lawyers. If Nigeria has apps specifically for the law society, what is the NBA doing in that aspect to make the judicial process, be expedited, in the correct way, of course. I mean, during the COVID, I can say, because I can say it factually, during the COVID, cases were still going on in Canada. What did they resort to? The judges resorted to having court processes done online through Zoom. It was very fast because the database was getting larger and larger. So you always have to have an expedited process that goes in time with how the world is working. So what Olisa Bakoba was basically referring to in all these things he was saying and educating Nigerians is that we desperately, I repeat, Nigeria desperately needs judicial process reforms. And it's quite disappointing that most of these lawyers and sons that you see, many of them travel abroad. Many of them, they go to classes abroad. I mean, they understand that a lot of things need to be changed in Nigeria. It's not as if they don't know. A lot of, even the NBA now, the Supreme Court Justice, the CJN, they all travel abroad. They all know what is going around in the judiciary process all over the world. Real time, they know. It's not as if they don't, they know. But they have deliberately decided to make it sluggish and slow because corruption is the bedrock of it all. That is it. Even if you look at the chambers where most of them even sit, it is stuffy, it is dirty, it is not comfortable, it is tight. The environment is horrible. So how do you think the law itself will not be as horrible as the environment? Definitely, everything has to match, but nothing is matching. Nothing is matching at all. So the NBA, all lawyers in Nigeria, the heroes, the John the Baptist of the law of Nigeria, like somebody, I would say example is Olisa that came out to speak. They should start talking about the judicial reform, start going digital. Look for universities, in fact, challenge universities of computer science departments, people who are AI to create apps that will make the judicial process faster and more open and easy to understand and interpret, even for the lawyers themselves. It's difficult for them too. It's hard. If you're not in that business, you probably wouldn't understand what they themselves go through. And most of them, they know the truth, but they don't have the power to make things right, because the person at the top who should have spoken up, who understand what patriotism is, who understand what justice is, to push for these changes. And I'm very happy he actually referred to late Justice Belgore, because I can say for a fact that's one of the greatest Chief Justice Nigeria has ever had. I think he's from Kwara State. It was just a man that was just, he just says it the way it is, even with a smile. And it's unfortunate that we are going through this pain. And to Nigeria, what you were saying something about we vexing with the older generations. Yesterday, Nigeria said something, and I'm sure he's listening to us. I agree with him. I'm upset with the older generation. They messed this up for us. I'm upset with them. They put us in this shit. And it's even more painful. It's like putting more salt to the open wound, that you even see this same generation that benefited from the old Nigeria, they are even still supporting this evil. It's painful. Just like what Mama Head said, even in the Bible, it is said, do not provoke thy children. Don't allow the children to be provoked. And that is why when I see people saying, oh, you don't respect elders anymore, man, in fact, Nigeria, because it's your program, there's some words I really want to use. Who respect help? As they say it in Nigeria, who respect help? The one where we did so. Respect help us. Respect help us. Has it helped us now? Has religion helped us now? Zero. No. Zilch. It hasn't helped us in any way. It has caused us pain. It has caused us division. It has caused us confusion, distortion, pain, constant pain. Every day we feel pain. What is the meaning of pain? If you have a cut in your body, what is the meaning of pain? Let me tell you what the meaning of pain is. Pain means something is wrong. That is what it means. Pain means something is wrong. I was very happy when he was saying, there's something that I picked up in Agbakoba. He said, there's a certain unfairness. And I think he was probably speaking to the conscience of the appeal court judges and in fact the entire judicial system. And that is true. If you look at the entire process, the delay, the sluggishness, they're dragging their feet, even from the Agbado side, even within the corridors of the judicial system, everybody seems to be dragging their feet. You're not hearing from anybody. There's a certain sense and aura of unfairness to the Peter the Rock Obi. In fact, to Nigerians, it's not even about Peter Obi right now. There's a certain unfairness. And that unfairness is something that is just charging, is shaking. It's shaking and it will soon explode. There is delay in judgment. It just stems from, lack of independence of our institution. It's as simple as that. Because there are three factors here, and that's why he kept saying, within 3 hours or maximum within 3 days, you just give his judgment. Because it's true. There are three facts over here from section 134. One, he said, number one, the criminal record of Agbado, Shetima's eligibility, and is the constituted was the constitution fulfilled in terms of the 25% of adding Abuja as part of a prerequisite. Like I like what Dr. Gomez was saying, and I'm happy that I will capture that he said, he believes that 25% of Abuja is a prerequisite to, as well as, getting 25 2/3 of the 36 states. I'm happy he said that, because, sometimes we need to just say the truth. It is very easy to be kind, and it's also very easy to just say the truth. Just say it the way it is, man. Especially when you want to save a nation. Just say the truth, because the truth never dies. It can be covered, but it never dies. The truth always stays alive, just like the sun that is shining. It always stays. You can use your sunshade to cover, or your hat to cover the sun, but the sun still stands. You cannot change the sun, and that is how the truth is. The truth is like the sun, and the sun is truth. You can't hide it. You can cover it, but you can't hide it. You can make excuses, but you can't hide it. Now, for Agbado's criminal record, even if they want to say it is not in the same jurisdiction as Nigeria, for example, I mean, we're all educating ourselves here. I mean, this is my own thoughts. Let's just say his criminal record, in the United States, because he's a drug baron. If you don't want to like it, well, that's not my problem, but he's a drug baron. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the drug baron, if his case in the state of Illinois is not going to be used as a consideration, okay. Now, I would expect that the Labour Party's lawyers would look for an instance where somebody's conviction or somebody's accusation not in the jurisdiction of Nigeria would applied in a judgment that was made in Nigeria. Possibly they are searching for that example, because if you say, okay, we're not going to use that number one accusation of Agbado's criminal record, okay, then we'll not look for an instance in Nigeria where a judge used the criminal record of an individual or an entity outside Nigeria, and that was used to make a judgment. They have to find that, because if it's not there, that could be possibly they could stroke it out, because if it never existed in Nigeria, there's always a first time for something anyway. But I am sure there will be cases where that applied to. Now, number two, if for Shetima's eligibility, I mean, that's what Agbakwa was saying. It's not rocket science. What does the book say? Did Shetima follow it? Yes or no? He did not. Okay, that's one. Then 25% of Abuja plus 2/3 of 25% of the 36 states. Listen, Nigerians like to distort English. In fact, the English language is kind of distorted. Let's be truthful. Even if we feel English our first language, many people don't understand the English language, even in Nigeria, and we are still learning every day. English language is distorted, in our sense of reasoning sometimes. That's what I feel. Now, how is it so difficult that somebody cannot decipher, when you say and, or even, for example, now he was talking about the 120 days. I have always known that if they talk about having this case ended within 180 days, the word within, it doesn't mean on the 179th day. I mean, it's even shameful that even, what's her name, was even asking those questions, because it's English language, simple. Within doesn't mean that has to get to the end point. Within can be 24 hours, as long as it's in that window. That's what he's saying. But many Nigerians have lived with this mantra of dragging this judicial process. In fact, I would say the Nigerian judicial process has succeeded in making some Nigerians, or rather most Nigerians, have this mentality that if it's 180 days, we'll wait till the last day before judgment. No, these are the kinds of education that we need to be educated about. And I think they're even teaching them this in law school in Nigeria. I hope so. I hope the lawyers are even reasoning this. Because if you know the law, and we have many people like Olisa coming, to talk every day about this. Law students are watching these things now. Judges are watching this. Even regular individuals that didn't even get, to the higher institution, at least they understand the level of what the constitution of the country they're living in. Somebody's explaining it to them in simple English, simple language. Even if we have to interpret it in pidgin English for the layman, at least you would know your rights. You will know that this is what the judges ought to do. This is what the judiciary system, how they ought to play the game. You understand what I'm saying? So, it sometimes is distorted. For example, if you want to buy something and they say it's $10 plus tax, $10 and tax. You know what that means? It means the price of that item is $10. Also, in addition to the HST or the GST of tax of that item. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the same thing as it's $10 and tax, $10 plus tax, plus tax. I mean, those of you in North America, you understand what I'm saying? So if it's and, it means they're two separate entities, the price of the item and then the tax that follows that price. So it's the same thing, 36 states and Abuja. Abuja is not regarded as a state in Nigeria. Why are they distorting it even for primary school students? Why are the laws not tell them the truth? There's 36 states. That's what they teach them in primary school. It's 36 states in Nigeria and Abuja as the FCT for crying out loud. Why are they just trying to change everything? Because what is happening right now is going to affect the educational system if you guys don't know. Because right now, this argument will not come in primary school. A young bright student will ask his teacher if they're teaching them states and capital in Nigeria. They'll say, but mommy, look at what happened in this case. They say Abuja is not is a state. How would you not tell that young child? You see how they're just robbing up educational system in Nigeria with all this impunity and this corruption. They're messing everything up for us. And that's why we have to speak up. Because they cannot spoil things for us. And this is what Ametati was trying to say. They cannot spoil things for us. They cannot distort education. They cannot distort the law. They shouldn't, and we shouldn't stand for it. It just, listen, this delay, what I see is, it clearly shows that the judicial institution, just like all other institutions in Nigeria, are compromised. Hence, we're seeing the rascality of criminality, selective judgment, depending on the political party that is in power. That is what is happening. And that is why, Abakaba even mentioned that we are operating on the bedrock of a 100-year-old system. You see what I'm saying? Holistically, he's just trying to say we need reforms. We need reforms in our judicial system. We need to up the game. We need to up the game. It's not just, this is judicial we're talking about because it's affecting the political system. In fact, in every institution in Nigeria, they need reforms. We need immigration is even one that I'm actually clamoring for immigration reforms. It is very, very important in Nigeria today because the entire country has been compromised. We don't know who's a citizen anymore. Some citizens are better than the other, or some tribes are more regarded as Nigerians than the other. It's all messed up, man. It's all messed up. Oh, God. Nigeria. You know what? I'm going to go to Wole Soyinka finally. Nigeria, what? I'm sorry, I'm taking too long. I want to know, is it Arise TV that invited Wole Soyinka, or Wole Soyinka invited himself that he wanted to talk about what is going on? Because if it's Wole Soyinka that invited himself, definitely he was planted just to distort this, because I don't even understand the kinds of questions they were even asking him. Arise TV, I know they prepared those questions for them, or rather, everything is vetted before, they come out on air. But
obviously, if you see the way everything happened, you can see that it was Wole Soyinka that booked an appointment to go to the two channels within 24 hours. It was in channels yesterday. Today it was in Arise. So obviously, it was the one that booked the appointment. They are not the one that invited him. There's no way channels and Arise can invite one person at the same time. It's not possible.
So that explains it all. God bless you, my sister Omoye. It explains what we are experiencing, this nonsense that we're experiencing. It explains it all. Nigerians, I want to refer to just a little bit of what when Omoye was really saying that he's Wole Soyinka, he's disgruntled and he's ashamed. I can't even call him prof. As Mama H said, he doesn't deserve that title. Nigerians, we are suffering from, I don't know if this is a dictionary word, but this is what's my thinking. Idolship. As in, you're worshiping an idol. Idolship, titleship and social status. I think CM mentioned something like that. Nigerians are so, we revere those things that I talk about. And that has made us kind of blinded our moral compass. totally blinded. You love a governor. You love his name. You love the way he dresses. You love the way he talks. He's a governor. So therefore, just because you love him, anything he's doing or anybody criticizing, not even insulting, criticizing the process in which he's governing, you attack the person and you say he's good. So that is where you see the idolship, titleship. Same way, a Nobel laureate, you have given an award, maybe in Oslo, or you are giving an award in, the British member of commerce or something, or even Nigeria, GCFR, MFR. We look at that, or chief one thing. Listen, in this world, what I've come to realize myself is, if you are not born for something, naturally born for something, there's a difference between that and when you are inferred with something. Because when you are inferred with something, or rather you are given something, just like you went to school now, and then you give you a certificate, you want a PhD or a professor or a master's or just ordinary BSc, even secondary school, your SSC, those things are given to you. Even if you feel you worked for, it's given to you. But you realize something, those things inferred on you can also be taken back from you. And that's why you see in the United States, for example, when Bill Clinton had that issue, every award that man ever got, every record in the American history, in film history, in comedy history of Bill Clinton, every award given to him by every university was stripped away from him. Completely stripped away from him. So in the same way, this Nigeria, stop looking at titles. Stop idolizing people. Stop saying because that man has 5 PhD. That man is a professor of literature. Hello, I think Chiwa Achibe, Cyprian Ekwesi, those are the people I even look up to. If this so-called Wole Soyinka is really serious and he knows English language, the way he speaks it and call people millipede and slugs, hello, maybe you should start educating people what the word "and" means in the Constitution that is causing a hula baloo. Let him tell us what he should be educating people, the literal meaning of "and juxtapose it in what the section 134 says. That's what he should be doing. Where are the professors of English in Nigeria? Where are they? Are they afraid? Even the ones even in diaspora, where are they? Come on social media. If you know you are scared in Nigeria, okay, come on social media. If you live abroad, start teaching us the meaning of "and." Professor of English and literature, come and start teaching Nigeria so people will understand. Please, wherever you are, open a social media outlet and start teaching people the meaning of "and," in the context of what is going on in Nigeria, so people will get the truth. Because Olisa Abakoba is simple English, just like what Dati Ahmed said. He said it was interpreted. So what else are they looking for? What are they looking for? I just, when I was asking about who invited him, Naija Watch, it's fine, it has answered the question of why this man is coming on different media outlets. It has answered the question to every Nigerian. If you don't have sense, please have sense now. He was planted there by Tinubu, please. The fact that he even left Nigeria prior to the election, it was systematically done. So it will not be seen that there's no evidence of anybody going to his office in Lagos or going to his house or meeting his relative, no record of anything. So any contact will be from the diaspora. Nobody will trace it like that. Okay. That's what they all do. When they want to have these wicked owl witch meetings, they go abroad or they do their meeting in the plane. That's what they do. Many of you know that. So I will not respect any man. Listen, anybody who is a professor or you got a distinctive award, you got a Grammy, an Oscar, or honorary degree, or whatever it is, or primary school living certificates, if you cannot stand for the truth, I repeat, if you cannot stand for the truth, you are just a footstool to the Agberos that didn't even go to primary school. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Rita. That is not all you have to say. Just say, I finished talking. No, that is all I have to say.
What I have to say. Thank you. This is English class now. That's all I have to say for now. For now. This is what I have to say for now.
All the minutes we get for you don't finish everything.
Because I have many things to say. You are right. Thank you for correcting me. This is all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Rita, for saying it like this. I appreciate you. All right. Let me go to Mr. Chicks Obiboze. Thank you very much for your patience. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, those watching us and our comment section. Yeah, I'm gonna start with Mr. Abakuba. He's from day to day, anytime I listen to him, he just he just boost me. He is one of those men that stands out, and people can understand now why I've been calling on the MBAs to get up to their responsibilities. Thank God he mentioned one or few names, among the judiciary that have been, trying so hard to change the narratives in the past. And of course, we can see if you are ready to change the narrative, you're not gonna last there. It's as simple as ABCD. Is either by right way or wrong way, you're not gonna last there. It's just what it is. And for a man like him, constantly thinking about Nigeria, because that is how I see him. He spoke with pain in his heart, you know, because it's not the way Nigeria should be, it should be, especially, when it comes to things to do with the judiciary. And even though you know the answers, that you can't give the answers. It's so painful. When I listen to him, we could have avoided this whole nonsense if INEC were thinking the same way other Nigerians are thinking. Just like Mr. Abakova, who in the first place wrote the letter. If they have come out, we wouldn't be in this quagmire and say, hey, know it now. You're going to win Abuja. You're going to get 25% in Abuja for you to be a president. And everybody will know it. But in other way around, if I think about it, it is God's doing. It is. Because if these people have had their way to go and rig Abuja, they will not only be saying go to court. Imagine this situation is down. And the one who called himself Liar Muhammad went on and said Obi has nothing doing in contesting the outcome of the election because he came third. I mean, look, it's kind of God knows what these people would have done, and he just do it his way. Because if they have answered that question, it would have been a different thing. And for those who are talking about what is it called, that is speaking, if this situation is not down, that wouldn't even have spoken in that manner. So the judiciary is a big, big problem. And like he advised Nigerians, once we get this back, we need to start demanding from our legislators, because they are the buckets of all this whole problem we are facing today. Each time they go to make a law, they must always insert kind of lacuna there for them to escape. We all heard what he said about the beavers. We did. It's high time we start asking these people to write these things in plain English. We need to do that. I live in the UK. When they write you in plain English, not big words. Everybody will understand. Right now, we make "and" a bigger word. Just 3 words. And they're telling us we can't find the solution. We can't find the meaning of "and." That's what they're trying to tell us. That's why it pains me that the likes of Mr. Abakoba cannot freely speak. Because he knows the answer. He says the answer. You are dealing with 2 issues there. The first one is 2/3 of the 36 states. The second one is Abuja. It's as simple as ABCD. So when his lies come out and speak and tell us as it is, and you know, who says we can, like he answered, I mean, he asked, who said we can't do it within 30 days? Like he advised, take out the two first that is contentious. Take them out. Is the vice president select, eligible? Yes or no? We know where we stand. What about 25%? We know where we stand. Then if the one that is going to take time because of, evidences, we know. But we cannot continue like this. That is why it is sad when people come out, and speak without taking into consideration things that are on ground, things that are happening. Nigeria is bleeding, and it needs everybody to stand up to the truth. There's no place to hide right now. There's no political correctness right now. Speak it as it is. I wanna talk about Professor Wole Soyinka. Yes, I watched the interview, but I'm gonna take exception for him because that interview, they weren't supposed to even continue with that interview because he never answered any question that was asked there. He kept complaining that he couldn't hear. So they're asking him, what is your take on this? And he's giving you what is in his mind. And that's why, when I look at it again, like Madam Rita just said, you wonder if he organized the interviews one way that he should come there. But in my own personal opinion, while I was watching it, I was very sorry for him because he couldn't hear nothing. And they continue with the interview because there's some question I really want them to ask him. Like they asked him about what happened in Lagos. He never respond to that because he keeps saying he couldn't hear them. So that is where I am confused what to say. Because before I judge a man, I must know his stand with the question he was asked. Yes, he might be angry about what is happening in Nigeria. But look, at this point in time, if any Nigerian is angry, with the situation of anything or saying something, I can correct the person. But I cannot go that mad at that person, except if the person is coming to tell me that the sufferings of Nigerians are okay. That is when I'm going to be mad. That if any Nigerian, by mistake, because of the frustration, says something out of line, and that is where my criticism on him comes in. Because of his choice of words. I don't want to repeat the words he used here. But those words are so strong. And I don't think he put so many things into consideration. Because if our court system, I know he's trying to defend the Constitution. And he has right to. But at the same time, if our judiciary has been ignoring the Constitution, has been doing whatever they want with the Constitution, then if you want to criticize somebody who is, directly hitting it on the Constitution, you don't blame the person that much. You talk to the person. That's where my own criticism come upon him. Because, look, if the Constitution is, if our judiciary is straight, There's no reason for even any one of us to stand upon this place discussing this. No, we wouldn't be here. I don't think Kenyans, when it happened, they're all over the platforms discussing this. No, they didn't. Because their judiciary is working. Same as any other places in the world where they have all these kind of cases. Nobody is going to be thinking what the judiciary will do. This is because they have used impunity on us, and right now people wants to use this opportunity because we don't know when we're gonna get another opportunity, and that's why we are fighting tooth and nail, and that's why sometimes our choice of words cannot suit everybody. That is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is, and that's why most of us, when we come upon here, sometimes we speak without even thinking. Yes, it's because we are frustrated. If we put into account what is happening and we twist it around, we will see how they will react. Please, our elders, stop coming and telling us to lose this opportunity. Rather, help us. If ever you have any kind of helping hand, please, we need everybody right now. There's no time for us to disagree, because listening to Mr. Abokova today, I have full confidence. I have. I've always been confident that we're gonna make it there, and I'm still having it right now. Not like Lai Mohammed has to spend our money to go and defend themselves in America. That's the kind of question they should be putting on all these people who are coming to tell us how things work. Which kind of madness is that? And that's why I said that interview, it pained me that they don't have time. I mean, they don't have the communication. And Mr. Rufai wasn't there too. Because you would have asked him that question. If you're defending this, how do you defend that? That he will take our money to go and defend himself in America. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of statesmanship is that? It's not acceptable. So please, let us discuss how we're gonna I don't know if it is the second or third speaker said, another plan, or the caller, I mean, sorry. Let us start building another plan, because these people, everything is falling on deaf ear. And please, labor lawyers, there's something Mr. Abakoba said there. You need to be writing the court, demanding what you want them to do. Please do. Please do. We don't have to know it, but if there is any movement, I think the press is there. I think the press is there to pick it up. Same way they picked it up when you petition them to go and drop the letter for Mr. Tinubu at his office or wherever they can find anybody representing him. Please, write and start demanding that they treat this, they do this, that you are ready. Let us do this. We need, like he said, I hope they're listening. Before the handover, we need a new Nigeria. We need a new beginning. We need to have that confidence that things is about to change. We need to have those things, because that is the hope we have going into this election. Do not quench it, and I don't believe you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks Obibweze. Thanks for saying it, Iris, as well. God bless you. Guys, please help us to like this broadcast. I talk as since we could carry this thing, go 500. Una don't try. We did 480. Now 20 just remain. Make una press and make it reach 500. As we still they go. We are still here. Nothing say we they round up now. In fact, and now they reach the halfway. I appreciate every one of you. Continue to press the like and help us to share. Let's hear from Busy Brains. Busy Brains, thanks very much for your patience. I would like to hear from you. Good evening to you, madam.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Niger Watch, and good evening to everyone. All protocols observed. Honestly, these people just want to drive our emotions up and down. They just try, it's from one trauma to another trauma by use of words. And I think we need to fortify ourselves to those kind of words that they use to inflame us. I just want to share something that I came across on Twitter, which is very, very apt. I wanted to see if I can copy and paste it even within the inner group chat, but I couldn't. But let me read it. To support APC in Nigeria, you must suspend reasoning, bury your conscience, be criminally minded, promote lies with a straight face, be insensitive, and most importantly, be very, very stupid. And that is exactly what we've been seeing from one ignoramus to the other. Today, of all days, is a literary elite who has really, by their fruits, they say you shall know them. And one has always been wondering. I'm someone who, my first degree was in theater arts, and Mr. Soyinka was one of those that was revered in the in the literary world, you know. So I'll go with the flow. I went with the flow. He's a literary giant. Oh, he's got a Nobel laureate, which I would not want to take away from him or anything, but my experience, even though I've acted his plays and all that, but to be honest, it never made sense to me. And right now it just comes to it, he might be some people's be it an end all. I was respecting him because of who he was or who he was projected to be in our minds. But right now, you need to stand, there has to be a line. You need to stand somewhere. And for me, this is a dividing line. This is the is it the rock or the stone or the pillar that one falls on? You know where people stand. This is the time that you know the quality and caliber of people that we are going to move into a new Nigeria with. And when we are moving into that new Nigeria, these people have shown who they are in this old Nigeria that we are about to leave behind. Please, when we are moving into the new Nigeria, these are the people that you should know not to emulate. These are the people that you should know not to put in high esteem. These are the people that you should not give credence to. We should not call them into the polity to seek for their own opinions, to give us a discourse or a sense of direction in matters of nation building, because we know that they are all stomach adjustment practitioners, in his case a professor, so he's a sap. So in all honesty, he has just embarrassed himself, and which makes me want to wonder why this the cap what I just read now. I just want to really, really understand, because while I have not been an ardent follower of he's been in the periphery. Well, I've grown up knowing who he is. He's been revered. So it is very clear that he is supporting the APC, because as far as he's concerned, this daylight robbery that the whole Nigeria was exposed to, we witnessed. He goes abroad to tell them that it was a free and fair election. What part of it is free and fair? Please, what part of it is free and fair? This is when they now start making you feel like you are mental. You are seeing something and they're telling you not to believe your own eyes. Believe what I tell you. Is that not making me go mad? That is trying to tell me, you'll be thinking, am I normal? The trauma is just too much. It's too much for someone. It's such an abhorrent lie. So what is he doing? What has happened? Is he suspending his reasoning? Is he burying his conscience? Or is he criminally minded? Because from what we know and what we have seen, most of those who are the front flag bearers of this APC in the Tinubu cabinet, most of them have seen the inner four walls of the cell, or they've had one sort of sordid past and have been attached to criminal, life of the criminal world. So is he is he minded, criminally minded? He might not have partaken in it, but he is criminally minded. Has he collected something he should not be collecting? So he is promoting lies and with a straight face saying it is a free and fair election. Where is your credibility, Mr. Professor? Anyway, we have seen the theater of professors that have shown us there is nothing professorial about them. They have come out to shame that esteemed title of being called a professor. Because for somebody to be called a professor, you are held in high esteem. You are seen as an authority in matters. You are a doctor in letters. You are high up there. But what we've seen in less than how many weeks since the election started, since February 18th, February 25th till date, professors just they fall each other hand anyhow. The ones that are just standing straight and trying to keep it going, like Professor Nena Oti. At least she's redeeming that caliber of the caliber of what we know to be professor. What a shame. I'm really, really disappointed, and this goes to show you that, to be honest, Nigerians, I'm speaking not just to people who are on the panel and who are in the comment section, to anybody who will come and listen to this broadcast. Nigerians, we should be very, very careful to whom we look up to whom are in, not just whom we look up to whom the system, listen, to whom the system has programmed and placed in position for us to look up to. Because when the chips are down, these people have no substance. I would put it that Soyinka was that he's been built to a lofty height by the powers that be, given a platform to give him that followership, that idolation. And as far as I'm concerned, we should be very aware that people like that are placed as disruptors. I repeat, they are placed as disruptors, so that when the chips are down, when it matters the most, you would think they will add to your voice and take you in the direction that we all ought to go. That is when they disrupt and go the other direction and cause confusion in the hegemony. And when they cause confusion, those of us will be thinking, This is somebody I really idolize. This is somebody that is well respected. For him to hold that view, for him to express those virtues, it's possible that there might be something true in what he is saying. So I am saying, please beware. Right now, the machinery is building up other disruptors to put in our path. There are others that are still there to put in our path, so that when moment of relevance comes upon us, they will be there to derail us. This man is trying to derail us, but we move. We move. Thank God that there are men like Mr. Olisa Agbakoba. If you do a little bit of research on him, you would he is a man of virtue. How would I? What comes to mind when I'm talking about him is steel. A man of steel. How would I put it? What is the the adjectives I'm losing out on what adjective to try and qualify this man. He is astute. I grew up knowing Olisa Agbakoba. Not that I know him personally, no, but because my family, legal back, my family, my mom and dad are both of the legal profession, and you see books around Olisa Agbakoba, that name Agbakoba, and today I don't know what the name Agbakoba means, but it sounds like warrior, truth seeker, truth speaker. It sounds like somebody that does not bend, that is straight, stays, does not shake, does not move by the waves around him. He's staunch. He said it as it is, and he was very objective in his presentation. You wouldn't even know if he was for the A or for the B. He was just saying the matter of law as he knows it. When you talk about SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, these are the people that you know. These are the real, for those that didn't do that came up in the era of Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo is a senior advocate of nonsense, while Agbakova is senior advocate of Nigeria. You can you even put them in the same league? Can you just look at Festus Keyamo and look at Agbakoba? Can you see the refinedness? Agbakoba makes law, pushes that profession, makes the profession look as blind to injustice, as blind to justice, or however they want to put it. He makes the profession, he makes the true. And then when you come to Festus Keyamo, he is like a charge and bail lawyer. How does he even present to you? Charge and bail lawyer on that bridge. That is how he look at him. Talking like a rabid dog. When he's talking, he sounds like a rabid dog. No substance to what he says. He does not. Please, Nigerians, if Nigeria is to be Nigeria, we need to be right on the path of right. I'm not saying we have to be perfect, or I will keep saying this, but at least have that conscience. Have that conscience. Have that conscience. Have the conscience that it is wrong. It is that fact that Mr. Peter Obi has that conscience. Please, I'm talking here. You guys can carry on. Sorry, Mr. Elvis and everybody for the interruption. Close the door properly. Sorry about that. You see, the conscience, we need the reason why Mr. Obi has got us is because he came and showed us he has a conscience. He did not, and by having a conscience, it shows that you've got some form of empathy. It means that you have an understanding of the human being that is there, that is behind you, that is in front of you. It means that you feel the pain of people. It means that you can easily put yourself in their place and deal with them with compassion, so that when you are in a position to give them succor, you'll be able to do it without fear of favor, because you are propelled by love and compassion for the people that you are trying to help. You might not be able to help everybody, but you would put things in place that will be beneficial to everybody. These people have been in power for how many years? When I was growing up, I grew up knowing that we had water in our taps. We had a functioning water board and a functioning NEPA. In my state, for example, we had what we call NESCO, which is a private electricity provider. That was then. Now, we are our own government. Yes, we are this is in Nigeria, it is where you really know you are your own government. You are your own water board because you have borehole in your house. You are your own NEPA because you have a generator, or I better pass my neighbor in your house. Even though this nincompoops and Banza have not done anything for us, we are subject to them. We are subject to them. Why? Nigerians, wake up. We are where we are today because we've been sleeping. We've been put into we've been in a spiritual comatose. While I really applaud what my brother spoke about, I really applaud what my brother that spoke earlier, Mr. Better Niger, where he brought the spiritual angle, the Bible angle. I am going to also buttress that part as well and say there is nothing that we can do or cannot do without God. But one thing we should all know is that God has already given it to us. That Nigeria that we want, He has given it to us. But how do we take it? Let me bring the Bible angle. For those that are not Christians, please bear with me, but we are all in this together. We are all in this together. Yeah, but I'm only coming with a knowledge that I am familiar with. I'm sure there might be one in the Quran or any other book of when the children of Israel left while in the wilderness, they were asked to go into Canaan. They were asked to go into Canaan. But what did they do? Fear. But God told them, I've given you that land. Go and possess it. It is a land full of milk and honey. Go and possess it. What did they do? Fear. Because of fear, they doubted the God that brought them out of the land of Egypt, where He parted the water for them to see.
Thank you,
They doubted Him. Am I taking my time?
No, please try to round up now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I'm just trying to say is this. He moved, they went in. They ended up staying in the wilderness for 40 years because of that fear. It is fear that is keeping us stagnant. And it is that fear that the enemy, these people are using against us. They are pushing all those propaganda to put fear in us. But it is the faith that we need to rise up with to counter them and go and fight it. We cannot take our land without taking the step. We have to rise up and take that step. Anyway, I rest my case. I was going somewhere, but Mr. Niger Watch just confused me. when I hear him talk, my mind just go, wow. Okay.
Oh no, so sorry. So sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, you've talked for so much minutes though.
I
Um,
didn't realize, honestly, because I
yes,
talk slow sometimes.
you
And
talk so. I didn't give anybody time today at all, so that's
I
why
know,
I refuse
I
to stop
understand.
anybody when you are talking. Thank
Yeah.
you very much for
So
your
sorry,
submission.
before I forget, I sent a picture for the rally on Saturday to your direct WhatsApp message. Please, if you can just help us to amplify it for those that are interested. There's a march on the 8th at 12 o'clock. It starts off at Trafalgar Square. Wear black if you can.
Okay, I'll showcase that now even before we finish.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Thank you. Okay, before I move on to the next person, let me pick this call. Good evening to you. Thanks for calling in, madam. Please talk to us. Turn down your system. Turn down your system. Hello. Oh,
Hello?
can you talk?
Okay. Yeah,
Just
yeah. Good
okay.
afternoon,
Yeah. Good evening,
Mr.
madam.
Niger Watch and every other member of the panel. God bless you for what you're doing, and it's going far. People are listening.
Thank you.
People are watching what we all doing. God bless you.
Thank you, madam.
So mine is just very brief as usual. I want to just continually stand on my point and also let us know that, one of the panelists said something when he talked about Wole Soyinka, the professor, that when one is aging, it gets to a point that diminishing returns takes place. I think that is what has happened to, with all due respect to him though, to the professor. For a professor like that, I've always thought he's a neutral person. I've always seen him as a builder. I've always seen him as a role model to those of us, looking up to him. Until this election, it's like they all are, everyone that is supporting, Koro with their open eyes, that saw even a baby. The toddlers will tell you what happened during the election period to our mandate, how people came out. Most of the cities were like ghost cities because people came out. The so-called APC thugs came out to threaten people not to come out to vote. Okay. And the ones that vote came out, they inflicted them with all sorts. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that everyone that supported or in support of the fact that it was a fair and whatever election, they are all in one accord. I'm telling you the truth. Okay. They don't know they can't reason beyond their news. All the reason is the blood they want to share in their accord. And that is where they all belong. But I'm assuring you, if we are created by this Almighty God, because the tears of innocent people have reached God. Forget about these money thieves. The innocent woman that stood naked and shed her tears on Tinubu, God Almighty has heard it. Whether we believe it or not, whether we want to look at prayer or not, God created us.
Thank you.
Okay? And the spiritual realm oversees the physical. So I am stating again, Tinubu will not be sworn in. He will not sit on that. He's not going to sit on that seat. It's not for him. In the mighty name of Jesus. Yeah, and as many as support him for what they did, killing and all that, and say it was a fair and whatever election, they will go the same way down Tinubu is going. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I decree.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Thank you so much.
We shouldn't fear. We should not worry. We should just pardon The professor, because he's aging,
All
so
right.
his brain to his aging, his eyes are aging.
Okay, madam, please round up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Amen. God bless you. Thank you. All right. The last call, then come back to the panel. Hello, thank you very much for calling in, Madam Barbara. Thank you. Talk to us. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, hi, good evening, Nigeria.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us quickly. 1
Okay.
minute, please.
So first of all, I just want to say that I really love Omoe. God bless you for everything that you've said. God bless you, Nigeria, for being so tolerant and honest. Wale Soyinka is a total disappointment. I don't even want to go there. The son, he was really spot on. And I think that we should just continue to encourage each other. And like I said, to also look at what's going on with the judiciary, but again, I just wanted to really tell Omoe that she's really my girl. I also love Madam Reader. That's really spot on. I really love the way they give it to people here. And I really, really encourage them to continue doing it and seeing it as it is. And I love you too, Mr. Elvis. Thank you for being the Moses of our time. God bless you all. Thank
God bless
you.
you, madam. Thank you
And
so much.
Mr. CM, it's very interesting. You guys are just amazing on the panel. Thank you so much. God bless you.
God bless you,
All
madam.
right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Hello. Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Hello, Najawash. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Mr. Austin. Yeah.
Yeah,
Justin, talk to
yeah,
us.
yeah. So, first of all, I want to greet everybody in the panel. Anyway, I've been, carefully listening to everybody while I'm working. Yeah. So, I'm just gonna let me thank everybody first, especially the ladies in the house. They've done well. I think we have an issue. Like I've said, I keep repeating this thing all the time that I called. For Nigeria to change, we all have to come together. We all have to pull it together. Nigeria, I don't think everybody is ready for the change. And you can see it happening. Just look at what Wale Soyinka is doing. If you really go to history and look at Wale Soyinka, you can see that, this guy is somebody who fought for democracy. Festus Keyamo, these are people you can tell their history that, they've been once on the side of the people. Then what happened? So it seems like, there's
It's a big question.
I don't know.
It's a big question. What happened? I like that.
Yeah, exactly. What happened? Because you see that when they've come to a certain place and they will just fall from grace. If you look at Abakuba, or how you guys call his name, when you see the guy talk, this is how sound. This is how people, not even sound. This is how any concerned Nigeria is supposed to be talking.
Exactly.
Just talk. Just analyze your issue on TV. Make people understand that, listen, we are in a big problem. And there's another thing again, they're talking about Kenya. I don't really know much about Kenya, but I'll tell you for free that definitely, if we really want to go into details, Kenya is not as complex as the way Nigeria is complex. I think they've managed to get it right. In conclusion, I would say, our forefathers, and I think when I don't know if it's someone else corner that was really attacking, was talking about Wale Soyinka. She was really, really pissed when she was talking about it. In my own family, for example, I'll use myself as an example. I have problem with my elders because as a young child, I keep asking this question. Doesn't mean because things are happening. I want to know, why is this thing happening? Why are we doing this thing in the family? There must be something. So you realize that when we have a pattern, this is a pattern, is a kind of style.
Thank you.
I'm confused. Everybody, when I listen to the program, 1 minute my spirit is up, yeah, and the next minute you look at the TV, you can see all what the APC government is doing right now. They're just trying to gag everybody, to bully everybody, and they are having their way because the military is on their side. The judiciary, look at what is going on. The police, you just look, the Agberos, they everything. Now you see the educated ones now serving the uneducated.
Thank you, my brother. Thank
all
you.
The same anyway, we're gonna keep the spirit going on. There's nothing. The only thing that can happen in life is changes. One day we'll get it right.
Surely. God bless you. Thank you. All right, the last caller. Thank you very much, Madam Ellen. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us. Turn down your device, please. Turn down your device.
Good evening, Mr. Elvi.
Good evening, madam. Please talk to us.
Good evening. Okay. I just want to respond to Wole Soyinka. You know, when like somebody said, I read theater arts, and most of the plays that you will always be encouraged to, take on stage and do a lot of things with and criticize his plays, because then we saw him as, we registered him. We saw him as one of those in Nigeria that you could, speak proudly of. But today, I think it raises the question, for him to have been put out there for us, the younger ones, to, make reference to and want to emulate. Is it possible that we were following, there's a word I want to use. Was it just all falsehood? Is it possible that whatever, all the titles he has bad, is it possible that it may have just been, false? Wow, I never expected what I heard coming from his mouth, and the pretense. I tell you, he heard every question they asked him, but he chose not to answer the ones that were, raise more question marks about him. So all those pretense, we know.
Okay.
Then for Madam Rita, I don't want to say, you're very intelligent. I like you when you're speaking, when you're, analyzing situations and things and people. But I want to really beg you, please. I leave the people who want to hold on to God as the one who makes it happen for them. Let them have their thing. You have yours. Hold on to yours and let us hold on to ours. Don't take it away from us. He is the reason we are here. He is the reason we can move forward. Without him giving you the wisdom on how to move forward, you cannot. See our principle. He's holding on to it. For him, if you watch him, he's not his confidence is not in what he can do in his own ability. His confidence is in what he knows about the God that he serves, that he does not disappoint. He doesn't. So leave us to, and don't tell us that we are practicing religion. I am not practicing religion. Christianity is not religion. It's a way of life. It's a relationship.
Okay.
It's that relationship that I have with a father. And I know that father that I've been told does not sleep. He watches over me. And so when I say, Daddy, I need this, he will make sure that he gives it to me. So that's what I'm holding on to. Please don't deny us that. Don't always criticize it when we say this is what is happening with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, Elvis, please, can I just clarify? I don't think that they are getting Auntie Rita and Madam Rita very well. What Madam Rita is saying is this: it should be backed up by action. We should just not, because when we just say God, we just leave it in God's hands. A lot of times Nigerians will say, let's leave it in God's hands, and then they will not do anything. So what she's saying is it should be backed up with action while we have faith in God. And that was what I was trying to analogize when I was talking about the children of Israel. They had to do something to go and get that land. They didn't stay in the other side. Before the land did not come to them, they had to go to the land. So what you want, you have to go for it, backed up with your prayers and God. God will be for you. It's like walking on water. You have to take the first step before God will step in. So that is just what Sister Rita is trying to put across. We should back it by action. Let us not just talk God, and leave it at that. Because when we say we leave it in God's hands, everybody will go and stay in their house. This protest, people will not go, oh, God will take care of it. God, it is in God's hands. I'll pray. But we need to do something. And sorry, I might be taking somebody's time, but I just want to add up that it is not doing, we are not doing just nothing, And I noticed somebody's trying to bring your attention to David Hundeyin. He wrote something which I find very powerful about words. He said words have real power. Language is a potent form of mind control. If someone is able to control the words that people use to describe you, he has control over people's perception of you, which can have real implications for you. Never let anyone force their adjectives on you. So this is why we need to be seen as
Okay.
active.
Thank
This
you,
is why
madam.
we need to be seen to talk. We need to
Thank you.
talk. We need to do. We need to counter. When we do that, it just shows we are acting in our own faith. So we are countering their narrative, or else it will stick. They're trying to give our
All right.
principle that he's committing treason. But the more
Thank
we
you.
leave it, we don't counter it, it takes on the life of its own. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Busy brains. All right. I want you guys to understand is that what Madam Rita is standing for is that religion is one of the biggest problems we also have in Nigeria. I understand many of you might not accept it, but I will let you know this. Many of us that lives in abroad, you can testify to that when it comes to religion, the country where you live, they don't take it too serious like that. But God doesn't punish them because of that. But we all grow up in a way that we have been I don't know, our brain have been reset to one particular area, or I don't know how to put it on that. If you don't do things in a certain way when it comes to religion, God will punish you. That is why you see in Nigeria we are fond of, or rather used to, this word God forbid, rebuke and all that. Trust me, in the UK, for example, where I live, United Kingdom, they are doing excellently well. In fact, I don't hear any noise of churches in different streets and all that, but they are doing well here. So are we going to say that in Nigeria, where we serve God every blessed day, in fact, church used to be every Sunday, but now it's not 7 days a week. People fellowship 7 days a week. And then when you see the kind of things that's happening in our country, we're beginning to ask ourselves the question that what's happening? How did we get here? Even though upon all the time that we put in praying, fasting, and all that, all this is still happening in Nigeria. But most of us that live abroad, you can see to yourself that most of your neighbors, they don't even know if church exists. I'm not disputing it that God is not there for us. God is powerful and is there, and I believe so much in Him. But what I'm saying is that, our God can still be with you without you carrying the mindset that 1 or 2% have bestowed in your head, telling you that if you don't do things in one certain place or in one direction, then God will punish you. Or if you don't give, or I don't know. I don't really want to go in. When it comes to religion, I don't really want to go in depth in it. So what Madarita and some of us on this platform is saying is that let's put in the work, the physical work rather than let's go and pray. That's what I'm saying. The stabilization we have in the UK, America, Europe today, I'm not sure saying a prayer and then they pray whether they get them. They put in the work, they fought for it, and they have it. So if we can fight and put in the energy, and face our fear and do what is right, I believe we can as well get Nigeria right. But if we are there, let's pray and pray and pray and pray. I believe many of us, before we were born, the prayers have been going on. So I don't really know much about religion, and I don't really want to go inside in depth, but still my stand is let's put in the physical part, then prayers will follow. God bless you all. I would like to come on to the next person here. Callers, please, if I continue to prioritize you like this, we're not going to leave here. Okay, let me pick this. Sometimes I feel guilty for not carrying everybody. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us.
No, I'm sorry. I can't wait for that. I'm sorry. I can't be hearing myself on the phone. Let me move on to the next person here. I would like us to hear from Philip Kings. Philip Kings, please talk to us. Good evening to you. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thank you, panelists. Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I greet everyone. I greet the commenters, the callers. We all appreciate you for the good work you guys are all doing, for the contribution you are making for a better Nigeria. As you all know, today what we received today is really heartbreaking, and it's really sad that we have people who we believe they are role model becoming a destiny killer, which is people who are rude. They are not taking us in the right direction. Rather, all the books we are reading about them are just shams. They are shams. And I will advise anybody not to read any book concerning Wole Soyinka, because I believe whatever they are written, they are just written just because to sell or to make money, but they are not giving us any impact as a Nigerian. And first of all, what I want to say here is that I want to say that Obi Dati is the injustice to him is an injustice to Nigeria. And that is why we are here. We are here to enrage this analog leadership. We call them rulers in Nigeria because they are not leaders. They are rulers. And what we are placing in Nigeria today, we are fighting what we call a digital war against the analog rulers. So, and that is what we are trying to create in the mindset of every Nigerian. Because first thing we need to do, we have to, first of all, re-engineer our mindset. For we in diaspora today, our mindset has been re-engineered. We understand what is right and what is wrong, what is important and what is not important. We have our scale of preference. When we are going for anything, we say, no, this is what we need to do first. This is what we have to do first. We don't believe on any miracles or prayers that will give you anything you need. If you come to Europe, you are in America, you want to get your papers, you want to get your document, you have to follow the protocols. You have to follow the procedures. No prayer, no fasting can change it. That is the fact. But let's come to Nigeria. Let's come to Wole Soyinka. No, Wole Soyinka, what he's doing today is a disgrace. It's not is a political. I call him a political professor, a political corrupt professor. These people are corrupt. Forget the kind of articles they will just bring that in order for us to see them as people that are they are corrupt. For so long they are in that country. Wole Soyinka have left Nigeria before the election. He went abroad. He has been there and he remained muted. He never speak. And he has been watching and he has been seeing everything that is going on in Nigeria. He never says anything. He never says anything. He never even bothered. He never bothered. He see how the relation was being charmed, but he never said anything in the media. He never even tweeted in regard to the election, in regard to what INEC have done to us. Because INEC have committed what we call, as I know, I don't owe any apology to it. It's called treasonable felony. That's what INEC committed. It's a treasonable felony. The institution, INEC, should be overhauled. It should be overhauled because they have taken our Nigerians for granted. Look, our elders, I call it, some of our elders have failed us completely because they never speak. They never speak and they never fight. Some we say because they don't have the platform, they don't have the opportunity, they were not in the digital era where we are today. Yes, I might understand that. But to an extent, they should have educated their children more better. You understand? They are supposed to tell them the truth. This is the right thing. Like for me, when I offend my child, sometimes when I did something wrong to my child or I say something mistakenly, I apologize to him. He told me, Daddy, tell me sorry. So daddy, what he said is not. I said, yeah, it's true. It was a mistake. You understand? I apologize to my child. That does not show that I am scared or maybe I'm bringing my child in the wrong direction. No, I learned from him. That is how it's supposed to be. That is how nation along all over the world, in the West, that is how it works. That is why you say they can be able to build. When you look at an institution today, in the country where I am today, you will discover that they are recruiting young brains. The old ones now, they are going for retirement. Wole Soyinka, those ones are retired people. So how can we be taking the view of these people in this modern era? They have nothing to offer. What have they done in their generation, in their youthful age? How did they be able to impart the system that we are not suffering today? Then are we going to still continue to remain in this system to destroy our generation to come? God forbid. That is why I always give kudos to you, Niger Watch, Mr. Evis, for your steadfast and for what you are doing. You are creating history in the pyramid of Nigeria today. You have created a big history that nobody will forget you. The videos are there. The work you are doing is speaking for you. And your children will grow. They will say, oh, look, I am proud that you are my daddy. I have pride for what you have fought for Nigeria. Let me tell you, no Nigeria should be discouraged. These people, they cannot do anything. For long that we have in Nigeria, that their mindset have been re-engineered, their mindset have been changed for a positive of fairness, equity, and justice. These people will change those that are in Nigeria, even those ones that are being compromised. I understand, because of the environmental factors, because of the corrupt system, the society. Yeah, that is why we are here. It is not by our power that we are here today. It is not by our strength. It's not because that we struggle past now we take come abroad. No, because God sent us an errand. Our errand here, coming here by nature, is for us to impart in Nigeria. So I am calling on Nigeria not to say, look, I don't forget about Nigeria. You are making a very big mistake, because your DNA, your generation will always be traced to Nigeria. Remember what Donald Trump said when he was talking to the congresswoman? What did he tell her? He said, you don't belong to here. It is true. We are African and we are proud of our race, and we are going to build it. We are not calling on the international community to come and fight for us, because we can fight for ourselves. These people are our fathers. They are our uncles. They are our brothers. We know them. We know where they live. We know what they do. Our children, their children should continue to speak to them, because we have vibrant, intelligent, in fact, courageous Nigerians all over the globe who are doing well, who are representing in different institutions, making Nigeria proud despite the ones that are making Nigeria not proud. Then you think those people that is not going to make change in Nigeria? The era have come where the intellectual will take over the affair of the country. So we should not give up. We should not allow INEC. Who is INEC? Who is Jiga? Go and read the history. Go and read this history. These are people who stole Nigeria's money. Their parents sent them abroad. And you understand? So we are going to fight. We must change the system. We must change the narrative. We are not going to allow these people, because how can a man come now to change the whole thing that they said you need 25% of 36 states of the country, and including, and I love that word, and Abuja. And now you are trying to use political correctness, because it's not judicial correctness. What do we expect from the judiciary? We do not expect anything good for the judiciary. What we expect for them is for them to be fair, equity, and give justice. Read it according to the Constitution. That is it. That's what we need. But if they did not do it, look, let me tell you one thing. There is a rock that wants to destroy Nigeria now. And who are the rocks? These are the people speaking. These are the people here. These are the people crying. These are the people naked, protesting. These are the people that is going to take affair of it. It is not interior government that want to take over Nigeria. It is the digital era. It is those that are calling for change that want to take over Nigeria. And it's going to work. It might be that maybe the military will only come that they want to say, look, we are here to rescue the military. We are here to rescue them from the sham, the suffering they have today. Their children cannot pay school fees. They cannot pay their children's school fees. They are organs, they call them their commanders. Look at where they are living. They are flying abroad. They cannot fly, which you all have right to fly. As a policeman, you can. It is just your profession alone. You can apply for a UK visa and fly to UK. But what is happening in Nigeria today? We are not recognized. Look at our educational system. When we are going to school, everything. That is why I say when people come here, they say, look, we're professor, doctor. They are pamphlets. Some of them, I use the word. Some of them are pamphlet professors, pamphlet degrees. Look, a professor in Nigeria, a primary school student is more intelligent than them. Because why? They understand how it works. They understand the time for appointment. They understand the time for school. They understand the time for when their classes. They understand the time for break. So what you want to talk, that is the intelligence they are talking about. They understand that they don't need anybody. They don't need anybody to tell them, look, this is time for where you have to go. This is what you have to do. This is how you have to do your homework. No, everything has been programmed. That's how a society works. That's how it works. So we should not see these people that look, these people, they don't have anything good to give to us. All they will continue to do is to recruit these their people, their professors, those ones we think they have high esteem, they have names, they have respect, like the Festus Keyamo, you see them today now, they have disgraced them themselves. These are the people we respect before. These are the people we think they fought for democracy. They never fought for democracy. They never fought for democracy because they have interior motive. They have interior motive because they believe that, look, my person is coming today. At the end of the day, let me support this person. Look, that is not how system works. That is not how it works in Europe. That is not how it works in America. That is not how it works in diaspora, where we are today in the West. So we are here today to copy what we have seen here and bring them back home. These are the things our father did when they came to abroad. They never told us. They never told us the truth about it. But today we are here today. We take every little thing we are trying to use them to educate our people. Look at the medical sector, for example. We know how many of our citizens, of our brothers, of our sisters, we have helped medically by prescribing drugs for them on phone and tell them, look, how the sickness they do you. Okay, this is your diagnosis. This is what we have to go and buy this drug, go and buy these drugs. These are what we have brought impact to Nigeria. Then when you talk about the economy, do you know how much we are remitting to Nigeria economies? Despite the kind of hard work, everything we do here, we still say, no, let us build our country. Let us build our home. What we are doing is a generation we are trying to create. It's our generation we are trying to preserve because we don't want the black race to be a race. This leader we have today, they are slaves. Now they want to use us because they have the police, they have the militaries by themselves. Then they think, look, they can intimidate us. They cannot intimidate us. Nigeria should not be scared. No matter where you are in Nigeria, don't be scared of any police or anyone, because it's only Nigeria you will see a criminal caught right-handed, taken to court. There will still be somebody to defend him. Where does that happen? They will defend you here, but you are going to jail. You are going to jail. They will only give you some rights. That's why the lawyer is coming, to give you some rights. So, okay, you can be allowed to do this. They should allow his parents to come and visit him.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please round up. Thank you.
So, in conclusion to this, what I want to say finally, Nigeria Watch, please, I really thank you very, very much. I thank you because if I don't listen to this program a day, it's like I've not been diagnosed. So, we should, as a Nigeria, we should start creating a digital war against the analog rulers. Thank you very much. I submit.
I like that. I like that last statement. A digital war against the analog satanic rulers. You have just say satanic rulers. Now, only that one that you miss out on. Thank you. God bless you, my brother. Appreciate your submission. Thank you.
Can I come in, sir?
Yeah, it's your turn, sir. But hold on. I would like to quickly respond to this comment here. I have to save your comment because you were telling me about David Udain. Please, can you forward the link to Nigeria Watch WhatsApp? Because there's a lot of videos going on about him, so I need to know the specific one you're talking about. I'm talking about Mickey Sam. Mickey Sam, if you can forward the Udain video to our WhatsApp, Nigeria Watch WhatsApp, that would be nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, let me quickly hear from Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, thank you very, very much for your patience. Please,
yeah, thank you very much, Nigeria Watch, fellow panelists, viewers. I thank all of you and I greet all of you. Most especially,
8 minutes.
Sir?
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Most especially, you see that you know some other people saying so. I go manage them. I'm here corner. Madam Rita, Mommy H.O., I greet all of you from the bottom of my heart. I say thank you to all of you. Soyinka, I want to ask you one simple question. I believe you will hear me, or people will carry it close to you or to your hearing. Why did you form the Palm Gas Club in campus? And that gave birth to different movements in the campus. What was the reason? What did they stand for? They stand for injustice. They stand for injustice. So, when you are now responding like this, because somebody
you mean the pirates, not power drinkers, please. Pirates, not power drinkers. Pirates, please. Thank you.
I will clear that one. Thank you very much. Let me continue for now. So, at the end of the day, You are condemning Obi Dante. I mean, for what? Because they've come to air their view and tell people to set the record straight by saying it, doing it the way it has been stipulated in our constitution. Is that the offense? I don't really understand. So, you have been to us all as Nigerian as if you were a father that championed the movement for pure democracy. But your attitude, your response, and your outcome right now has shown to us that you were walking and hiding under a different speck and a different shell. Now you've exposed and actually show yourself to Nigerians. How mighty have you fallen? It's a pity. Now, there's a problem. And I wonder why and what Agbado is using to convince most of you, few Yorubas. I don't know what Agbado is using. Because for me, I see this thing as a Mieloko. And that is the way they must have approached you. A Mieloko, Agbomi, you will not try, I will not fail. Then you have to now, you refuse to weigh the pros and cons, the danger, the sentiment, the embarrassment, and the projection of what this thing is all about. You decide to now pick up the job. How much will you be paid? You, a whole visiting professor. It's a pity. I'm ashamed. Now, the issues now that is lying down here, that is now giving all of us this sleepless night and this stress from APC, is the issue of the certificate and the drug issue. The third problem we are having, why this thing is not going easy for APC gentlemen and ladies, is because the IRF system, the IRF, which the INEC have loaded, is not cooperating for them to change figures. These are part of the problem they are facing internally. If they bring out this thing the way it is, and the way they try to manipulate it, coupled with the scripts of the EC8, you understand that many people will just go straight to jail. Because for me, there's a way I always view things when it's playing. When it's playing out, I follow up carefully. I try to reason beyond myself. These are the problems these people are facing. The issue of certificate, they underestimated it. They didn't know our principal would bring it up. The issue of drug, they didn't know. Now, the IRF, they loaded, which the INEC loaded. I believe there is they are having another serious problem. Their place is not compromising. It's not cooperating because it's not human. Like Agbado said, who says he will not take money, add more money, give it to him, they will take. IRF has refused to take more money now. This is why one of these problems are out there. Then, when this thing started initially, the second day, you, on national television, you said it is only in Nigeria professors are used to rig elections. You, Soyinka, that was your comment. If we have to argue it, I can search for it and get it out. This was your comment. It's only in Nigeria professors are used to rig election. Now, what are you now doing now? You are even worse than the one that rig an election. With the way you present you make your presentation, the way you classified it, and the way and this is a professor. A professor is not just a professor, but a lecturer. I imagine how you were making your presentation during your course days to students. So you know better than a lot of other people. You are more or less, all your life, you were more or less like a public speaker because of the way people you meet and how you deliver lectures to different students from different area and different countries. Now, you people now want to prepare our future for us. It's not possible. The one you both did with our parents, grandparents, it's enough. Okay? Now, the Nigerians of today, the youth of today, the lazy youth, like you people refer to them, has woken up and they want to take over. They want to take over. So how are we going to do it? You see, this election, at the initial stage, they knew what was befalling on them. And that was why they made sure Tinubu was number 1, Atiku was number 2, and then Obi number 3. The honest chairman must have proposed to Tinubu to cancel this election so that himself and Atiku will go for rerun. It's like Tinubu who believes himself, because that is that man. He does not compromise anything. We tell you, this is how I said you should do it, and leave it for me. Now the heat is everywhere. They are not getting it easy. They purposely put Obi as number 3. So at rerun will go for both of them. But Tinubu only objected to those plans and said, do it my own way. Declare me as the winner and leave the rest to me. This is where we are going now. And this is why this heat is on. So that earlier calculation was not accepted by Meloko because he believed himself. He believed he's the only master of the game. Every other people that play chess with him, they are learners. That's why we are facing what we are facing today. But he has forgotten that the chess of the old man's chess is different. It's what we call Ogirise. But the chess of today is what we call digital chess. It's quite different. Now, that said on his own that they should not twist the word that is written in the Constitution. The Supreme Court is to come out to the public, tell us, enlighten us, give us lecture about what to third means. We will accept if it all go well for everybody. Now, as we are going through that, thinking of which best way to compromise most things, the next thing, our principal knew that this man could play chess, but not as good as him. He now laid the framework from the school certificate, the drug case, and all are behind the problem they are having. On that ground, not to let go, if you all watch for the past 10 days, to my watch, I have been watching it. I take cognizance of it for the past 10 days. They started by saying he has traveled abroad after he decided to travel with CJ. To get the coherence of destruction, the meeting of destruction, immediately that news break out. 2 days later, Festus Kayamo said that he made a comment that is inciting violence. The DSS should go after him. As that didn't work, it did not take weight, they did not buy Nigerians over. They came out again with a new one. People are planning to form interim government. They now use the DSS directly. It did not work.
Okay.
Then they now start with voice clip with our principal and the bishop. It did not work. The next day, they now send Lai Solomon, like Mohammed to America to go and tell all sorts of story. It did not work. The next day, the wife came out. Chief Nubu, I know what Shetim Mohammed is planning for my husband, just to catch us Mugu, insult our intelligence. It's still not working. Now, they now go to Wole Soyinka to come out. All the people have proposed to Nigerians, they've all been debunked intelligently. I don't know when will you understand that the writing on the wall is that of the Almighty.
Hello?
Continue until the arrow of God Almighty will strike all of you into perpetual darkness. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. God bless you. Okay, Madam Nena, thanks for your patience. Please talk to us. Madam Nena, are you there? Okay, I have to move on to the next person now if you are not available.
Hello, Naija Watch, please. I'm sorry. Can I just correct myself publicly? Please. Can you give me just 1 minute,
No,
10 seconds,
waiting,
please?
sir. No. People
No, I know. You know when this man was talking and he said Wole Soyinka was one that set up Paramedics Club. You know, I interjected and I said it was Paris. So immediately, because I know this man very well and I respect him. I know he cannot just make any statement anyhow.
All right,
so immediately,
it's okay, sir.
no, I went to check and I saw that he was actually Wole Soyinka. But he also set up the Paris Club. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. When it gets to your time, you can expatiate on that.
Okay, thank you.
Holy Money, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Naija Watch.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, talk to us. Good evening to you.
Okay, it's unfortunate that everything is unfolding like this, honestly. But I think what they are planning is they want to make P2B to go on exile. And I know that P2B is a strong man. He's not going to fall for that. But if you notice, there's a serious ulterior motive going on that we are yet to understand. I think these people want to come after P2B. And it's not going to end well, unfortunately, no matter what they're thinking, because it's going to be very, 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 very bad experience for the whole country if that happens. So I just believe that they know the consequences of what they are trying to do, because they are just pushing and trying to just make this man be a scapegoat for no reason. You understand? And they know that we are watching. I think probably they feel that we don't have the might, we can't do anything. You understand? Because to them, Obi is nothing. And this court case, probably they have seen that Obi has an edge, which of course Obi is going to win if everything goes well. So they have to use this plan B of giving him this, accusing him of treason, because they know fully well that probably the court will not favor them. So this is the only plan, but we are watching them. And I must tell them that what they don't expect will come upon them. But meantime, we are watching. I must say, equally, I must contribute my own opinion about Professor Soyinka. The man is a monumental disappointment. So it's unfortunate. I heard what he said. I've lost all my respect for him, honestly. So we just hope and just see where the thing will take us to. Thank you very much.
Mr. CM, are you there with us? Okay.
Elvis, I want to say something.
Yes, go ahead, madam. Talk to us, Mama Isho.
For those who are studying in faith, the Bible says faith without work is dead. So while we do the prayer, we must do the work. And what we should be discussing now is two things. If they refuse to make judgment before election day, what is our plan so that that election don't hold? So my children, home and abroad, you people should make your plan. That is one. Secondly, if they decide to arrest Obi and Dati, what is our plan? Those are the things we should be discussing and be planning right now. So Nigeria, home, children that are home and abroad, these two assignments I'm giving it to you before. This is a puzzle, put it together. They are planning, we must plan. Because if that terrorist and drug addict pusher enter that place, Nigeria will be here. All those talk that does not go to school, whether they send it or not send it, they go make life miserable for our people. And nothing will be done. So we must plan. Now be computer age, now no pass me. Now old school they come from. Everything under your knowledge that you can use to address these two things that bring before you people is what you people should be planning now. There is no time. On my own, I'm doing what I know how to do best. Those impunity will be addressed squarely. If I can find my way to wash it. But I need all the evidence you people have. We're gonna package them for me inside a USB. So that if I have the opportunity to enter, I will be able to give them so that they will see all the massacre, all the threats, everybody. They're going to package that for me. I beg you now. Thank you. Elvis, I've used the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Thank you. CM, are you there? Okay, CM don't seems to be fine now. Okay, God's power, please talk to us.
Yo, good evening, everyone. From here, I want to greet everybody, my co-panelists and the commenter and every lover of the truth. I say, may God continue to strengthen us and uphold us with His right hand. And the labor of our love for our dear nation will never be in vain. First of all, like they said something. If you want to know the how the worth of a man, just test them with two things. Test them with a position or with money. That is when you know what a man stands for. Like the late Mandela said something. If you are a kind of person that you believe on something and you've been working on that thing for long, and you come across somebody and you deviate from your belief or from your integrity, it shows that you don't stand for anything. Well, I'm not surprised if a whole Nobel or prize winner, Wole Soyinka, can come like that. You know, if you check it very well, all those people, they are just pretending as if maybe they are fighting for the democracy of Nigerians. But now it clearly shows and glaring that they are coming out to showcase Nigerians what they stand for or who they are. Like Epa Edwin said something. He said all those people, they are throwing so many damage control all this while. And I always like when he analyze something, it's as if he always see ahead. I'm talking of Mr. Edwin Ake. He always see ahead. And this is what these people are trying. And we thank God that the so-called lazy youth have woken up. Because this is the narrative they've been having in their mind that, okay, they be Nigerian, I no go talk, we know them, I don't do anything. Yes, let's give them some kind of entertainment. BB Nigeria that, you know, they've been deceiving Nigerian for, especially the youth, that let's continue ruling these things. So that's what the children of the leader of tomorrow, they are just singing it. They don't want it to occur. And in every great nations, the children are the leader of tomorrow. But in how these evil, satanic rulers, they don't want that remark to happen to Nigeria. But I thank God that these generations are not lazy. The way they prescribe the youth are lazy. They are not lazy. A silence of a tiger does not make him a coward. But thank God that God showcased this our great principal, Mr. Gregory Obi, that took the risk by coming out. Because I was telling somebody, even for Mr. Obi to come out and say he want to take power from these evil people, he must have thought it, he must have sit down and think about it, and he must have discussed it with his family very well, because it's not easy. That is why I like him when he said, okay, if I perish, let me perish. But by the grace of God, it's not going to be perished, because the Bible says, if God be for you, nobody can be against you. So it's being shown that it is God that really bring this man out of, you know, out of, because a lot of people are giving up on Nigerians. And we thank God that he come out as a leader, not a ruler, because what we've been experienced for long in Nigeria now, rulers. And I so much have that trust, that confidence, just like Mr. Edwin said, they've been bribing all this way, but they cannot bribe a beaver machine. And that is where they want to have their cake and have it. But we thank God that the thing has hooked them on the throat, which they don't even know what to do. And please, you people should not be surprised. There will be a lot of damage control they will be bringing. But in as much as they are bringing it, no shaking. We are not shaking. So I yield at this point. Yeah, I yield, Mr. Heavis, I yield.
At least to let people know that you'll be coming tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem. But I will be in my chambers. I will be taking it from my chambers.
Can anybody just continue with this, please?
Hello. Okay. Mr. Naja, watch.
I think he wants someone to speak. You know, who is the next person?
Okay, I think I should be the next person, because the last person that came in now just spoke. and CM just, Madam MH just spoke. So what I want to say is this. Yes, hello?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, what I want to say is this. Just now, when I was quoting the scriptures, I was not saying that we should be praying and don't do anything. What I'm saying, I was quoting the scriptures to show that God will answer our prayers because God is already moving. Because we are already working. One thing I want to know that this thing we are doing is working. And one thing I want to let us know is this. We are on air. We are on air. And when Madam OH or something was speaking, he said that what are our options? Agreed, we need to discuss our options, but let's remember that we are on air, and there are rules guiding all this. What is it called? So what I'm saying is that there's already action. People are already working. Understand me? People are already working, and I'm saying that whether we like it or not, whether the powers that be like it or not, Peter Obi will be sworn in. Go and write it down, because they cannot still demand it, because they cannot compare Peter Obi with M. Kabiola. Because M. Kabiola, what happened to M. Kabiola was as a result of his iniquity. Because up to today, what we are suffering today can be traced to M. Kabiola because he brought in IBB. I think you get my point. So we cannot compare. So what I'm saying is that already we are working. I'm not saying we should go and pray and go to sleep. No, what we are doing, because what we are doing now, the whole world is watching, the whole world is hearing, and they are taking action. And if you go and analyze it very well, what we are doing here is what is making the other camp to be jittery, and they are making all these mistakes they are making. Because for crying out loud, can you ever imagine that the Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, will go to US and make the statement that they purposely switch off the presidential result mode because, number one, people were not watching it. Number two, they didn't want to be hacked, which was the exact opposite of what the INEC chairman was saying. So you see that they're already making mistakes. So what I'm saying is that what we need to do, and what is that let us put pressure on the judiciary, because number one, me, I will not support us going to the street to go and fight, because it is not yet that time. We can't go to the street because our principle, because what they are trying to pin on Peter Obi, we should not give them the opportunity. Even though I know that they cannot try it, that they want to arrest Peter Obi. If they try to arrest, they know they cannot arrest him. They're just threatening, they can't arrest him, because that man, they know he actually won the election. So there's no saying that fact. So if they cannot arrest him, they're just threatening. So that's what I'm saying. The judiciary is our problem, because number one, nothing is being done. Nothing is being done. And let me tell you something. Their game plan, if you watch, they know that this man, Tinubu, may not last up to 4 years. And that's why they put that man there. They don't even know that it will come this early, because I know things are not okay with him. Trust me. So what I mean is that they're already planning, but I'm saying that whatever they are planning, Peter Obi will be our president, whether I would like it or not.
Okay.
So that is it. Thank you.
Okay, sir. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I was totally distracted, but for good. Okay, I was still doing the work that we are supposed to do here. I wanted anybody to just listen, guys. In case you are not hear from me on the media, please, anybody on the panel, just take over. Because in most cases, I'm multitasking here. So we are going to be having a very, very important person on this platform tomorrow, but I'm not going to mention the name yet. Let me prepare this. I just finished the conversation right now. Very, very, very important person. that you all will be happy to see here.
I know the person. I know the person.
I know.
I know, but I won't tell you. So, Wole Soyinka say, oh, now 1,000. If you want me to say $10 million, then I'll tell you.
You know,
Yes.
trust me. Because when somebody was talking, I don't know who was talking. I believe it was mommy. No, Mr. Edwin. When Mr. Edwin finished, I called CM. He did not answer. So when Mama Esho just came up, I was so happy. Say, Mama Esho, just continue. In fact, I was praying for Mama Esho not quit finish talking, because that time, that call, I don't get her back, and there's no way I will call that call, because I was expecting that it's for our own good. So we are expecting a very, very, very important person here tomorrow. Make sure you join us tomorrow on time to be on screen, so that we can take it from there. But I'm not going to answer the name now. I mention the name now, but tomorrow on air I'll mention. You know how these big people they be, so I'm not go mention name now. Tomorrow now comes to the wait and all that. So people know the guest name for
I know I don't need to guess. I know the person. I know. And let me
They
say,
know the guest name.
unless somebody give me $10 million, now I go release and no say
You know,
it's worth it.
yes. So this is good, and the person even reference to one or two persons on your contributions on this platform. You see, when I talk sometimes, that when you guys are talking, listen to yourself. You are not sure who is watching you. When you measure date, just now time where we take do a video and see person where they talk, and in your can gain interest on that matter till he measure two people. Now I was like, wow, okay, people there they watch you now. Now I don't go know. Me not know they watch me, and you don't know they watch you. So that's why when we are talking, we just need to be careful and all that. So tomorrow, when it comes to this judicial discussion we had today, I want to let everybody know that we'll have a part 2 of it tomorrow, because this is why I'm very happy that this call came in the right time. So we are going to ask significant, very, very important questions tomorrow. But meanwhile, anybody tomorrow that want to ask questions, the another side we go did this one, be say advantage and disadvantage did this one. If you know you want to ask questions tomorrow, you must open your camera. CM is already a pass mark, 100% of that. You must open your camera tomorrow to ask questions, because I remember when they mentioned one or two persons just now. He said, although I know they see the people face, but he is a big supporter of those names. I'm not going to mention the names because I don't want to make the others come the verse for me, say they not mention their name. But it's very good. It's a good thing. I want you guys to know. That's why when I was discussing, I was unmuting myself here for you guys to know I'm busy. Man, anybody, they call CMAC and help me for broke. I not grace CM,
I gotta do something. Sorry.
Thank you, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, meanwhile, let's
Mr. Elvis, can I quickly say something?
Who's talking?
Can I quickly say something? Gospel.
Okay, Gospel, you just finished now. We don't have time again.
I guess something where they trigger my mind.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to
go ahead.
Maybe one or two. Okay. I just want to say this thing clearly to some daft people where they are still supporting Omilo. I mean, sometimes I sit down, I reason that okay, someone that they are clamoring for to be a president is always sleeping in the meeting point. Is this how it's going to represent a whole giant of Africa?
Tell you, that one, my answer, because we not get
globally.
Time. Hold on. I bet hold on. It don't do because of time. We don't get time again. All the big tower they give everybody since. I can't give it anymore now because we already run. We have about 35 minutes to end up this show from now. But one thing to answer your question is this: remember, say devil get followers. You don't understand. So devil get followers. So all these people, is our duty to let them know that they are following the wrong lane. So we have to continue to fight, and we, by God's grace, we are getting there. The conversation I gave privately just now, my mind still come down well, letting me know some things, but I don't know what he will be revealing by himself tomorrow. But you guys will pass your questions accordingly, and let's see what you can say on air. Say private discussion is different from public discussion. You know, if you ask a question for public, Nigeria, the way go to answer now, but the way thing go discuss with me privately is quite different. But meanwhile, thank you very much to everybody that have contributed today, Madam Nelby, Nena. Please, I would like you to talk to us, but unfortunately, you are only going to have 5 minutes because the time I called you earlier on, you didn't answer.
Oh, I was sorry. I didn't know I was kind of busy. Good evening.
Good evening, madam. Please talk to us.
I've been missing in action these days. I just got this new job that I'm doing. Orientation is just taking me away from it. I didn't miss Nigeria seriously, but it's okay. It's okay.
We are here. We are always here for you.
It's okay. Yeah. So, like I said, because of my timing, I didn't even have time to listen to the nonsense that Soyinka was ranting. Honestly, I'm so disappointed in that manner. In fact, why the whole conversation was going on, maybe that was why I didn't hear. I just took out my time to listen to the things so that I'll be able to know exactly what to say. And listening to that man, you know, first of all, one thing that we have to get from his speech, this man made it very clear that he knows Tinubu. This is a person that has a personal relationship with Tinubu. So, of course, you don't expect him to say anything different. And from his conversation, it's very obvious that he had a conversation with, I mean, this is somebody who has a personal relationship with all these people. But then, I mean, it speaks volume. And it's the more some of these things are getting revealed. I'm so sorry if you hear us and photocopying something. So the way some of this get revealing, you know, tells us how much decay that we have in the society that we call Nigeria. The country Nigeria have decayed so much that at this point in time, the people that you expect to be sensible are not sensible. It seems as if it's even the young ones that are teaching the old ones, the supposed elder statesmen, what to do or how to behave. It's so unfortunate, you know. When I was listening to it, like I said, I just quickly took out time to listen. When I was listening to this man, you will see nothing but hypocrisy. You see nothing but a man who is not sincere. It's so unfortunate. Honestly speaking, Wole Soyinka is one person that I loved. I'm a lover of literature, you know, and he's one of the people that I loved, I respected a lot because of his intellectual and ability and everything. But unfortunately, listening to him this evening, first of all, you know, one thing I picked out from this interview was he's consistently claiming that he's not hearing the questions, and he goes about ranting whatever he wants to rant. Is it that he's intentionally dodging the questions, or the man is hearing problem? Whichever one it is, whatever thing he came on air to say, he was a very big disappointment. And the question I always ask when people come out with these things like this is, where were you when MC Olomo said what he said? Where were you when FFK said that if P2B if Tinubu is not sworn in, they will make Nigeria ungovernable? Where were you when Keyamo is saying, where has this man been when all the nonsense that's been happening in Nigeria? And this is a man who clearly came on air to tell the world that he did not even vote in the Nigerian election. This man did not even vote, and he's saying that he got his information from the newspapers and from social media. That tells you how uninformed he is about what happened on the 18th and on the 25th. So I don't even think he is in a good position to even come out to make any comment about what happened. Because, okay, sir, good night, sir. So obviously, he has no moral justification to make a submission to whatever that happened, because he did not take part in the election. He doesn't know anything that happened, and he is simply playing to the gallery. It's so unfortunate that this man is 88 years old, for crying out loud. I think he will soon be 89. He's an old man, and it's unfortunate that at this point in our lives, our young boy, our youths, our children, we the younger ones, we don't have people like that we need to look up to. That the younger ones are the ones that are not teaching them morals, telling them what to do. Honestly speaking, I was highly disappointed by Wole Soyinka. I never believed that someone like him would do what he did, would say what he said. I am so disappointed. Like I said, where has he been all this while? And he did not even make mention of any of those things, any of these nonsense that has been happening. He didn't make mention of any of them. He was busy tongue-lashing Dati Baba Ahmed. What did Dati Baba Ahmed actually say? What exactly did he say? It is unfortunate, and it's very shameful. That is just all I have to say for now. It's unfortunate.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Nena. Thank you. At least you managed to talk to us today, which is good. Good to have you here. Thank you. All right.
And also, can you I spill the person that's coming to, so we can prepare our questions and know how angle our questions will go.
No, judicial question.
Okay,
You know,
judicial. Okay.
yeah, judiciary. So that will be better, because the area we are focusing on right now is judiciary. It's very, very important. So but another thing that people must understand is that if you can be able to get to the screen is another thing. So you know how it is when we, especially now, if we did when we don't have visitor, it's not easy to enter screen. So if as we get visitor now, I don't know how tomorrow will be, but anybody that managed to come in, it's not by force you must turn on your camera, but you cannot pass questions. That's what I'm saying. You can still be here, and if you want to, you don't want to turn on your camera, that's fine. And when it's time, I might put you on the backstage. Only the people that turn on their camera will have priority to be on screen with him, but you'll still be with us, but you're only going to be on the backstage. Those that have turned on their camera will be on screen to pass their questions and all that. So that's what we're going to be doing.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it not possible, right? Yeah, that we make it like whoever asks questions, so that more people will get opportunity. Whoever asks question drops out. Probably if you have backstage, enough room in backstage, you put the person in backstage, and let other people come in and speak. By doing so, more people will interact with because a lot of people will be interested. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But
because the way we hug this platform, bro, I know I'm among the people that hug
you.
Yeah, I'm among the people that hugs this platform.
Say you.
No,
All right.
What we'll do, for me, I just allow everybody to be free here. If they don't want to on your camera, as long as we pass the important message, even when he referenced just now how I listened to some of you here, I wasn't that shocked though, but the other way around was also shocked, because you don't know when these people are listening. So that's why when we are talking, listen to yourself and just say it how it is, that's it. Even many of them, one thing you must understand, many of these people we are talking about, many of them, they know we are saying the truth. They know, they are watching us. Some of them, they eat chicken for their living room, they watch us for their TV. They know we are saying the truth. But fortunately, the power is with them. So let's always say it how it is. So what we'll do tomorrow is this, like what you just suggested, Mr. Chooks. We're gonna start like this. Like you see the way everywhere black, and I only see him, I've never, the off the camera. So we're gonna start like this. But when we now have the visitor, obviously we will remove the last person, we'll remove the last person. Oh, finally, we don't see Madam Nena face. So we don't see
So
Madam Nena.
She's auditioning for tomorrow. This
is good. This is good. But
it's only fair that when the visitor is showing his face, you, the person asking questions, should also show your face.
Yeah, it's very fair. Yes,
it's
exactly.
Very fair.
Can't be inside the darkness and be asking questions. It's not nice. If I did it before in the past, and I got a lot of people call me privately to say that's not nice. I brought Peter Obi's spokesperson, two of them here. Idi Kato was here, Madmo was here, and which another one?
Kenneth Okonkwo.
Kenneth Okonkwo was here as well, and many other. So, and many people were asking questions from the dark, and it's not nice. I blame myself for that, because I was, after the show, people blame me for it. Very, very important people around. So, okay, Mona, no, it's not be their fault. I not tell them, because if I tell them, maybe they for still do them. So what we'll do tomorrow is, if everybody start like this, whenever it's available to come in, I will remove everybody and start bringing people in one by one for question. Okay.
So tomorrow is show your face day, Abby.
Yes. No, it's not compulsory. Only if
no, but it's only polite. If you're asking the question, it's only polite. So show your face day tomorrow.
Exactly. And I was also told that there are some people we try to invite to this platform sometimes, because I talk through other people to get some people, I know that I have the power so much like that. But what they normally say to me that my platform, they might not want to come because everybody is inside the dark. So
It's
then
true.
he say,
It's,
yes, now somebody actually told me that I beg, which question they want to
you
ask
know,
me? When they don't go ask me Boko Haram question.
Niger Watch, sorry to interject, is important. Assuming we are showing our face. When we see Emeka, no matter all of us can lose the memory of him.
Exactly,
Because
exactly.
so that should have settled it because he knows you might change them, but you can't change your your face. So even if I didn't recognize a lot of us here who has like particularly and what is it not Alex? Alex will
Yeah.
remember. All of
Yes.
us will still remember. So it's only fair that somebody comes. I mean, you show your face, you ask a
Exactly.
question.
Yeah.
More so
When we
when
don't
you
have
do when you are saying it for the right reasons. I mean,
exactly. It's
yeah.
just like me interviewing somebody here. I off my camera the way I take do and so. Eh? Would that make any sense? So it's the same thing with you that is passing question to somebody, a prominent and eminent person, and then you are inside the darkness asking question. You don't know who they talk to. Them. Did he really get? He be as he get. All right. Okay, my people.
It's
Let's
true.
round up. Let's round up. I'm gonna give 2 minutes round, 2 minutes, so that we can round up. And I'll let you Naja go get more than 2 minutes because he's just joining us. Every other person don't talk since. But let me start from top. Let me start with you, CM. CM, I bet use your final submission. 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. My final submission. In fact, on this issue of Lai Mohammed and what they did, you see, this is exactly what people. If you read P2B's response to Lai Mohammed, this is exactly what is P2B is all about: wasting public fund. How can Lai Mohammed take a because they don't he can never take a economy class. It might be business class or first class and travel to US to go and be telling the Americans what the ambassador here what even they've written editorial, what in New York Times, all American newspapers, Financial Times. The opinion of world press is that Nigerian election is in fact, um, eh, it's not what its purpose. So why is he entering a first class flight to go to New York and disgrace himself? You know, when they look at him, they think that they are talking to Nigerians. They play around anyhow. When he stand there and be telling them about Nigerian election, P2B is doing treason, but they hear it. They listen to all these things. They know there's nothing you will tell the American public or the American officials if they want to, they will only listen to you, accord you, that regard and courtesy as a maybe as a public official of a country. If they want to know the truth, their ambassador is not joking. He's not sleeping in Nigeria. They file report. That's what they call filing report, whether it's daily or monthly or weekly. They will file everything, particularly if you want them what do you have to say about this Nigerian election? Whatever the embassy says, that is what they are going to believe. They didn't put him or her in Abuja for nothing. But our people still feel that that old brigade way of doing it, go and tell lie. When you come back, you feel that you are talking to idiots. They are not. So it's a shame. If under P2B, like he said, nobody will travel abroad unless it is necessary. What is Lai Mohammed going to do? Wasting taxpayers' money. Why? What is he going just to go and tell them the truth?
By the way, what was he doing there?
That is the thing. It's a shame. You can't see a British maybe they did something in the UK. Even when they voted for Brexit or whatever, all of a sudden somebody will enter plane, come to Nigeria to tell Nigerian that for what? What is the ambassador there for? So
All
these
right.
are some of those soft touch that P2B will bring to governance. I just want to point this out. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CM. Thank you. Mokuda Noves. Now, only 2 minutes if we give this time. Mama Aisho, please talk to us for your final 2 minutes, Mama. If you're there with us. Okay. I don't know if Mama Aisho is still with us. Okay, let's assume she's not available right now because we can't hear from her. Okay, Busy Brains, please give us your 2 minutes, madam.
Well, my submission is this: they are doing the most. They are globetrotting, trying to paint something that isn't. If really they are confident in their winning, they will not do a thing. 29th of May will come and they will get into power. But because they know they didn't get it and they have no confidence in the fact that they've done it, they are globetrotting, trying to justify their winning, trying to give it some form of credibility, which it will never have. It will never, ever have. They are thieves, thieves, thieves. And for all those who are planted to disrupt and move the movement in different directions, confusion unto you, confusion unto your camp, confusion into your lives and your destiny. Because what this one has come to do is to disrupt us. And I just noticed a boy called Sowore also tweeting against my principal. What a shame. He's now unraveling. We now know who's paying the piper that pays him. We know. Can you imagine? Is that what he should be talking about? If he really wants a better Nigeria, should he not be chasing behind the person that knows road? Should he not be coming behind the person that knows road rather than going behind the person that wants to take us to where we do not know? Just imagine the man. Like I said earlier, this is the time that we know the kind of people that we want to move into a new Nigeria with. When we go into that new Nigeria, which we will. Nigeria is God's own country. When we move into that new Nigeria, all these rubbish non-entities that we've been giving them the privilege to be as directors or as leaders to us, they will be relegated in the past. That is, if they don't put them in a plane and drop them in an ocean like they did in Egypt.
Okay. Thank you very much, madam. Due to time, all right. Let me hear from Ole Money. Ole Money, please. It's supposed to be Chooks or Bibazok. I'll come back to you. Ole Money, please use your 2 minutes. Thank you.
And, the last lady was talking about Sowore that couldn't even do campaign in 2 states. That one that we don't even know the kind of presidential aspirant he was, but what he's good at is coming online and trying to create this kind of personality that I don't think is right yet to have. But that by the side, we cannot still have the likes of El-Rufai, Wike. What's this man again? El-Rufai, Wike, Tinubu himself in government, in arms of government. You see, when I can only imagine the kind of administration that will be when you have people like Wike, El-Rufai in presidency, controlling the presidency with Tinubu. These are men that are dictators. These are men that love power. These are men that like oppressing people. You know, these are men that they have showed us the kind of people they are. They are not Democrats. Look at what El-Rufai is doing in Kaduna. He has successfully installed consecutive Christian, Muslim governorship. You know, I feel so bad for the people of the Southern Kaduna people and the Christians of the North, because we are just carried away by all this smoke.
Thank you.
But a lot is still going on. But we just thank God, shall we wait and see for tomorrow. But we just pray May 29th will never favor Tinubu. Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir. Thank you for your submission. Okay, let's hear from Chooks Obrigweze. Sir, your 2 minutes, your final submission.
Yeah, thank you once again. I don't know if anybody has answer to this question I want to ask now, because when Prof was speaking, he said that there's a new kid on the block. So I don't know who the kid is, that they're working hard, for that kid. And then they need to know the truth. So because those are the kind of things I had him say on that interview. So probably we might do more research, to know who that kid is and those who are working hard behind the kid. That being said, yeah, the this thing with Lai Mohammed, I say if he is in any other country, he would never have done that. Look today, Mr. Elvis, you live in the UK. Nicola Sturgeon that just resigned because of her, shenanigans. Today, there's a police cordon in her house chasing her husband. This is the first minister of Scotland. Like a prime minister of Scotland. Right today, they're investigating her husband, for sponsoring, their party, just his own money, spending his own money on their party, and they're looking for it. And somebody took our money, went up there to go and, I don't know what he call it, to tell them the truth. Imagine he thought he was going to, face a Nigerian journalist, because I think we need to see this video, because for him to say that they purposely switched that off because of fear of attack, they must have asked him question. They must have asked him question that he cannot, because he's not talking to Nigerian media. If it is Nigerian media, he would have bluffed off the question, So, but right now, he just, know themselves, because the last thing you're gonna do is to off something which you're supposed to use in an exam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll move on now to Mr. Edwin. Please talk to us. Your 2 minutes, your final submission. Okay, Mr. Edwin, you're not available. We don't have time. Let's move on to Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. This Lai Mohammed, the man that came out on television in Nigeria, they asked him, "This is your name. How are you coping with it?" He said his grandchildren asked him one day and said, "Grandpa, why is that your name? Everywhere they are calling you Lai Mohammed. I used to tell so much lies." He said he was embarrassed, but he has to cope with it, and then he laughed with them. So if the grandchildren already know that their grandfather is a Lai man, then why would we not see it's better to be important? Let him go to places. Let him go to places. But the only problem they are going to have later is that each of them will betray themselves to Obi later. This one will come and say, "This is the role this one played. This is the role the other one played." That is good. That is how they are going to end up. And the thing again that is giving me headache is just these professors that rig for INEC. All of them, all those state returning officers that rig for INEC.
30 seconds.
Professors are lecturers. Some of them are VC. Now they are rigging the election. Now these are people trading up the future leaders of tomorrow in Nigeria. They are doing this. They are collaborating, committing crime. And these are professors, when the students copy or anything happens, they expel them. Now, what type of students are these people going to produce for us in the nearest future?
Thank you, sir.
Now, Tinubu is destroyed.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
not destroyed our education system along.
Your time is up, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Now, little minutes I give. Thank you very much. All right, God's Power, please go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts now. Quickly. Unmute yourself, God's Power. Are you there? Okay, you are not ready now. You cannot unmute yourself. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Let me move on. To Naija, please talk to us. You have 5 minutes. Good evening to you, sir.
Yeah, greetings, Elvis, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, regarding Wole Soyinka, when I saw him yesterday, I was like, where were you? And because I saw when he wrote something that he wasn't aware of what was going on in Nigeria, that he hasn't read the Nigerian newspaper for 2 months. I was like, what is wrong with these people? Your country is going through an election. I didn't read newspaper for 2 months or so, and you come around now and start talking nonsense. Since last year, I didn't. My respect for that guy has gone, and because when your eye starts opening up, really in this world, you start seeing how all these people that are traitors to the country, basically, or to our people, are they start becoming unmasked. You start seeing them more clearly. The way he spoke about this thing, the ASU strike alone, I felt like man, this guy, something is off. There's something not right about this guy. But no wonder they all need their visas to travel overseas because this is their thing. They all have to travel. Like, man, that stuff makes me furious. I don't know what is wrong with these people, but they need it because why wouldn't they be conforming to the behavior of the people that are frustrating our country when they all need to be running overseas like babies for crying out loud? Even if it's for health, so what? You are still gonna die. What are you doing there? These are people that enslaved your forefathers, colonize your country, and you keep running there. The moment you see your leaders running there and your Jolan is running there like that, and they start talking from both sides of their mouth, start watching them closely, especially the leaders. IBB is over there. What is wrong with these people? Their country is on fire, and they'll go overseas and remain. They will not even say anything. They will leave us alone. Then when after the whole thing finish happening, there you see them coming back talking nonsense to the people, so that we should accept it. Some time ago, I had an experience that I spoke about, about what was going on in the northern, how the northern culture was, and how the young people can just ride Okada and they've got 2 wives and multiple children. And one of the questions I asked the person I was with to ask the guy was that what was the purpose of all this? And the guy said it was for war. And I asked him what war was he talking about, and he said the guy that was asking the guy the question said, I'm not going to be able to ask this question because I don't know what the guy is going to think when I start asking what the war was for. And the reason why I say this is because of some of the stuff that sometimes there's something going on in that country that different layers of people. Some people are in some kind of holy crusade. The reason why I say this is because of some of the things I heard today and from some other person again. That because this person is technically gifted, he can do a lot of technical stuff, and somebody was telling him to convert to one other religion, and they will pay him almost 100 million or so. And that the purpose for this, they also told him that he can do something for them, and he can choose whatever country he likes to go to. It's like, what? It's like, what is wrong with our people? You want to, I don't understand human beings sometimes. And when I look at it, sometimes I just like our people, how lost some of them are. You won't believe how deep it goes. Some people are just out there, and all these people that are doing this, sometimes they don't even understand at the heart of it why they are doing it. They don't know that some of the instruction that's coming from above is to just undermine their own country. That's what they are doing. These are things that are going on inside the country. People are in there undermining the country, using the few brains we have to undermine the country. And after they undermine the country, they will send them overseas. That's if they even make it there. So when I heard those type of things, I was like, where do we start from like this? How do we start detangling all this nonsense that we have going on? There are people undermining the nation. This is why we have foreign refineries. None of them are functioning. This is why crude oil is missing and not one person has been charged.
It's true.
The country is being undermined constantly. This is what I've been saying. Our country is bleeding. And these leaders, the ones that claim that they're on your side, many of them are liars. I can't believe they don't know. They know.
know.
So Wole Soyinka is a smart man. He knows. None of them are telling you the truth. They are not telling you the truth, and that's why sometimes when I talk to people, I come across as if I'm being very, very aggressive to some of these our leaders. I've spoken to 5 presidential candidates, and many of them are very aggressive towards them. But the reason why is because these people are lying to us.
Thank you, Tunaja. Thank you.
There is something going on in that country. They are not telling the people the truth. They are not revealing the truth to the people, and this is why things never work in that country. Because people are in there undermining the nation, lying to the people, working for other people's interests.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Elvisa, can I ask one question? Do you still find out about this United Nations Amokas?
No. I could not find the sensitivity about it at all. All the story everybody's saying, I could not find anything about it. I see videos, but I cannot verify it. Yeah, I see the videos and pictures, but I could not verify it, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
I don't like talking about what I cannot verify. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. God's power, use your 2 minutes. Talk to us quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't really have much to say. I'm just hoping that one day, Sunday, we are going to be seeing a Nigerian whereby it can be called United States of Nigeria. Whereby there will be no tribal bigotry, there will be no religious bigotry. Everybody will be living like a real citizen, just like one of whether the co-panelists or commenters said, there's some people they are the citizen, while others are just being temporary. That is what we are pushing to make sure that we take away all this evil leader with our right, which is our votes. And I hope that the dream will come to pass, whereby Nigeria will be named United States of Nigeria, whereby everybody will unite.
Okay.
I hear that.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, my people.
It's possible.
Let me see here from Better Nigeria. Are you still there with us?
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Use your final 2 minutes.
Now, what I want to say is that God is on our side, because I will not forget. I will continue to say God is on the throne, because Peter is our only hope in this country. Peter Obi is our only hope. If we don't get it this time around, forget Nigeria. And it is not possible to forget Nigeria, because if BAT becomes the president of this country, our country will become a one-party state. Our country will not, election will not matter again. And that's why I'm saying, whatever we are doing now, let's continue to do it, because that is the work we are doing. Because as it is now, we can't go to the street and carry gun or start fighting. No, what we are doing now is what we are going to continue doing. And I'm so happy that you have said tomorrow we are expecting somebody. And that is why I'm so happy that we are going to get him. And this, what is happening now, this what this platform is doing is that it's bringing to the whole world what is happening in Nigeria. For example, look at how all these people are being disgraced one by one. For example, Wole Soyinka, that people respect so much because people see him as an opinion molder. But now he has come out to come and show who he is. And this platform has done something. He has debunked, because he is watching. People, even if he's not watching, people who know him will go and tell him that Omo Odibara Ijeo. So what I'm saying is that what we are doing now is the work we are doing, but it is God that will finish it. And I'm still saying it. Go and write it down. Tinubu will not be sworn in. Peter Obi will be sworn in. Tinubu will be arrested. Go and write it down. Will be arrested, and we are going to laugh at the end of the day. God bless you. I yield back.
Thank you. All right, that is it. We are done. We are done today. I would like to quickly bring the poll here. This poll sometimes we almost forget them. Especially when they don't reach this kind of time, I thought they rush. If I not quick rush like this, they'll drag me go second broadcast, and it's not easy for me. I felt talk as whenever una one second broadcast, una must ready to moderate time by yourself. It's not easy to do 6 hours and start another 6 hours again. You know. Okay, let me put this on screen right away. Okay, the poll today. Okay, meanwhile, let me address what I have on screen quickly before I put on the poll. That is the Trafalgar Square protest that's going to be on the 8th. On the 8th is this weekend. So they said it's going to be all black, all black uniform place. Is on the 8th, Trafalgar Square by 12 noon, Saturday. This Saturday, dress code black. Please, if you live in London, in fact, anywhere you are in the UK, if you know you want a better Nigeria, there's nothing wrong if you travel, to present yourself on that particular day. That's why we have this. We're going to continue to show this every day till on the 8th. Meanwhile, on the poll, that's the poll today. The question remains the same. We have 686 votes. What will happen in May 29 and what will be the decision of the court? Court decision in favor of Mr. Peter Obi, we got 82%. Court decision in favor of Tinubu, 8%. Interim government will take over 6%. Fresh election will be conducted. We have 3%. So, yeah. It's obvious, say, Peter Obi the award wants. So if you doubt me, I go bet make you put on poo for. I don't fit tell these people, all this satanic group we get platform. I say make the poll there, right with I write so for your own poll. If you don't see the support Tinubu, but put this kind of poll like this. As say I fair. I even put on a principal for that. Say Tinubu, exactly what I write for be I write for now. Mona do one for now. Una go still fair for your own platform. Do one. Dare me make you write down like this. If they watch me now, if you know so they watch me, so they support all these satanic people. Write this poll for your platform. Leave it for a whole 6 hours like we did. You'll see, say you will still fail. People will vote for Peter Obi. So don't think, say now because say this platform they are supporting Peter Obi, that may cause they get this percentage. Do it on your own. You'll see what will happen. Meanwhile, I appreciate every one of you, my people. And God bless you now. CM, you wanted to say something?
Yes. What I wanted to sort of point out is like what we discussed today, and they're against tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because time is going for these people to file their. I mean, is it not what they call it? Just to answer, yes, just to answer to what P2B submitted. You see, I wanted to. You see, it's really painful. What I've noticed so far, my experience has shown me that the real problem of Nigeria are really not the masses or illiterate people we think. Mostly Nigerians educated, the one you call the elites, particularly those living outside the country, and seeing what a typical civilized world will be. Yet they are recommending anarchy and recommending rigging, recommending absurdity for the country. Sometimes it pains me. And said, then what do where do we go from here? The fact that you came out, you are living, even in, look at, do you know the other day, the chap from Senegal phone was telling us what is, I was shedding tears behind. Senegal. Right. Somebody in Senegal is saying that he doesn't want to come back to Nigeria.
Thank you, Augustine. I know I make you start part 2.
Can I have a little gripe at that poster that you had? It looks like you're against the election, but what the poll says is that the election result is going to be upheld. That's be changed to be upheld for Peter Obi. But your poster is saying that the election will not stand, so they should cancel the whole thing. Do you notice that that's how I interpret it in my head? I don't know whether anybody picked up on it.
No.
The poster you have.
Okay, you mean this one?
Okay, yes, the presidential election must not stand. So even if they rule for Peter Obi, it will stand.
Okay, presidential election result.
Yeah.
They should have said presidential election result.
Or INEC or something.
Or declared.
They can do the post. They can do the post. They send that for me.
It's
Exactly.
beautiful though. It's quite beautiful, I must say. Really
Yeah,
good.
it's beautiful. I like the way. I like everything. Anyway,
It's true.
people will understand though. They
I
will
know,
I
understand.
hope
they
people will
Everybody.
understand. I hope people will understand. It's not meant
before
to.
Lai Mohammed says that you people are against democracy.
No, 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 no. This one will be
The
interpreted
that man,
differently.
that
All right.
Lai Mohammed self. Maybe he was born specially to be a lie. The thing that surprises me that on a Monday we'll be telling you that day is Tuesday.
And now, but you know,
That
sweetie,
if
That's
the
it
his
name
surprises
name
person.
now. His name is Lie.
Can't you see his name?
His
See
name
him. I
is
don't
Lie.
on
understand
a
him.
Monday,
Name has
today is
effect on
Monday.
somebody's life now. You don't know. Name has effect.
He
You
will be
not see
telling
his
you
name,
it's Tuesday.
Name has
Liar
effect.
Mohammed. All right, my
Eh?
people. Let me quickly acknowledge
Like,
everybody stay mute because I have a minute to quickly appreciate the people right on the comment section. I appreciate every one of you. Let me start with those that super chatted us today. We have Jaja, Dr. Elizabeth Gomez. We have Mr. Joseph Oji, Osemenge Omende. We have who again? Prophet and the lie watch. Now God bless every one of you. Your pocket would never ever ever run dry. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you so much, my people. And on the comment section, Madam Irene, you finally joined us this evening. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming by. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you so much, Mommy, for all you do for us. We always love you and appreciate you always, always. And we can see Pius Moye, Edith Mori, right there. Prophet, thank you. And God bless you now. Mr. Joseph Oji, Edith, again. Lady Eugenia, yay, she's with us today. Thank you very much. And Abu Azi, thank you, Abu Azi. If you don't let me pass there, I don't make sure your name. I know my trouble. I beg, I beg, I beg. And Pius Moye, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all, my people, right there. Queen TA, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I finished everybody's name for comment section, but I forgot, but I can't do it. Nelly, thank you. Amaka E, and God will bless all of you now. Kakun, I see you right there. Thank you, my good people. Now, here we'll draw the curtain. Appreciate you all. First, again. Now, God will bless every one of you. Thank you very much, all my panelists today. Now, God will bless you. Now, I'm looking forward to having you all again tomorrow. I will say, let me mention Mama H.O. Thank you very much, Mama. We appreciate you always. CM, we appreciate you always, 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 always. God's power, we appreciate you always. Busy Embrace, we appreciate you always. And to Niger, we appreciate you always, always, always. Appreciate you all. And those of you that left already, Omoye's Corner, Madarita, Mr. Edwin, and many, many more who came on panel today. Thank you. And those of you that called in, God bless you all. I appreciate you all. And if you could not get through the call, I beg not to blame me. Not easy. Now let me go run full call, run the panel, run the comment section. It's not always about try again tomorrow. As you know, we only pick calls randomly. And for those of you that could not join the panel, you know how it is. Once the panel is filled up, if you beg them, make them go, make you take their spot. Nobody will come out. you know I be. So please understand with me as well. But meanwhile, with the day at 6 p.m. in the evening. So I will advise you come on time, just book your spot, if you really want to be part of the panel. And but if not, let's just take it the way it is. But one thing I want you all to know, we are not biased on this platform. We don't send links to people privately. We put it on the public and you fight for it and come in and we talk together. Remember, people are already referencing to some of you here on your contribution. Yes, this is what I talk about all the time. You don't know who is listening to you. Sometimes when you are talking, if you think now, then I just watch people with the way you're doing and they listen to you. My brother, my sister, you are joking. Meanwhile, now that would draw the curtain, my people.
I think the real time. Sorry to put in one thing.
Yeah.
The real time this night, people will appreciate us more is if Obi goes in, they start to analyze every of his move here.
Exactly.
Every office, every appointment, even if you
now
appoint
all
a
of us
minister,
go still be here.
we
All of
tear
us
the
go
thing
be here.
here, the man.
Yes.
So by the time we are saying it, people will now know that yes, nothing
Yes.
goes. I mean, we take over the job of whether it's national, only that we don't make laws, but that of
exactly
You see,
putting things in
and I think
perspective.
honestly, I think it is very, very very relevant because the media are falling our hand. They are supposed to be doing this job, to be keeping people, to be making them accountable and speaking truth to power. And if they are not doing that, then they've left a vacuum, and we the people have to rise up, since those that we put forward to do it on our behalf are not doing it. Then this is a very good medium, a very good weapon. Thank you so much for this platform. God
Thank you,
bless
madam.
you.
We appreciate you too. We appreciate all of you. It's not just one effort here. It's a collective effort for this to happen. I appreciate you all, and God will bless you now. All right, my people. Now, now we'll draw the curtain. Thank you so much for those of you on the comment section. Edith Omori, Rosie Ayosh, Origins. I see you right there. Thank you. Now, now I go draw the curtain. Allow me to draw the curtain.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, go there biza. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń folú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń folú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé